We left off, Mr. Maybanks was examining Sergeant Peterson. Sergeant Peterson, you remain under oath, and Mr. Maybanks, you can continue your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Peterson, earlier this morning, I asked you a couple of questions about some examination that you had done of Dakota Van Patten's phone and information from the download of that phone. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you remember that I asked you if you were able to locate a phone call on his phone?
I do recall that.
In a phone call to Melody Hoffman's phone that would have taken place on February 17th, 2024?
I do recall that.
Were you confused by that question?
I was.
Okay. Is there some clarification that you'd like to make to your answer to that?
There was no phone call that night.
And regarding that, that answer you gave, did you also do an examination of Mr. Louisma's phone and phone download information to try to see whether there was a phone call that was still there that was made from his phone to Melody Hoffman's phone on February 17th, 2024?
On the 17th, yes, let me correct myself. There was no phone call that day. However, there was one on the 18th at approximately 10:30 p.m. I believe there was 2 phone calls that were made to Melody's phone from the defendant's phone. So
your examination showed on the defendant's phone there was a phone call made to Melody Hoffman's phone, but that was on the evening of the 18th around 10:38 p.m.? That's correct. Okay. And that there was actually 2 calls made then?
Yes.
Okay. Is that why you were initially confused about that answer, that you had found a phone call, just it was on Mr. Louisma's phone and not Mr. Van Patten's?
That's correct.
Okay. And then before we move on to the next set of questions, I want to revisit that exhibit that's already been received into evidence. We don't need to put it back up, but it was just received, number 17Y. It's that Snapchat photo that was on Dakota Van Patten's phone.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. And because some of us may not be familiar with Snapchat and how that works, maybe, can you explain how somebody would take a photo and then how they would enter in numbers into that photo, like how that would be done in a way that would be consistent with producing what's in 17Y?
Yes, so Snapchat is an application that you can put on your phone. It's primarily used for making pictures or videos. They have different filters. You can add text. A user would open the application. It will bring up generally your camera, and then all you have to do is click a circle at the bottom of your phone. It takes that picture, and then there's editing tools on the right-hand side that you can select, either adding text, emojis, GIFs, whatever it may be, and you can add that text. So like the 5917, you can type that in, and then you can either manipulate it to be diagonal or large, small, whatever you'd like, and you can manipulate the phone or the photo in any way you'd like.
So in regards to 17Y, was there a background photo of any kind, or?
It was blurry. It's indistinguishable, but it's dark.
Would that be consistent with just pointing the phone at something dark or something up close that wouldn't result in an image just to get a photo made?
Correct.
Okay. So once that's done, then does the individual have to access a text function then to edit or modify the photo?
Yes, you would have to take the picture, and then you would go to, I believe it's a little T to add the text. You click it, and then you type in whatever you'd like, and then you can then manipulate the text itself that way.
So in this case, the user would have to put 5917 in.
Correct.
And when do you have to push a button to populate that to the photo then, or does it automatically do it?
It would, after you type in the text, it automatically places it onto the photo itself.
Does it automatically place it in the position where it would be enlarged and diagonal across the photo? Generally,
no. It's just a smaller text size that pops up on the picture itself. You would have to manipulate it to be a larger text and then at an angle.
Would that require then additional hand manipulation to open it up, enlarge it?
Yep, some kind of finger manipulation on the phone itself.
Okay. And then what do you have to do to complete that process?
You can either send it to somebody or save it. There's various ways that what you can do with the photo.
So you have to stop the editing. Is there a done button for that or something? Or
No, there's no done button. There's a little arrow at the bottom right-hand corner that you can send it to people. And then I think in the bottom left-hand corner, I think it's a download symbol, so the box with an arrow, and then you can save the photo.
Okay. And then after doing all that, you can save the photo in a manner that it appears in 17Y.
That's correct.
Okay, now we're going to pick back up here, I think, about where we left off. Okay. Sergeant Peterson, did you conduct some follow-up investigation on some information that was gathered from Defendant Louisma's phone involving some health data that was taken at the approximate times he was at Morgan Creek and at Lily Pond?
That's correct.
And what kind of information was in that health data that you had access to and then performed the follow-up investigation?
There was two, like you stated, at Morgan Creek and Lily Pond. There was two sets of data that was documented. It was meters and for distance, and then steps taken at different times for both locations.
Okay, so the phone recorded within the health data meters in terms of how far the phone traveled,
Correct.
but then also steps, kind of like our Fitbits and whatnot.
Correct.
Okay. And so, did you have access to how many steps were indicated that were taken, that was recorded in Mr. Louisma's phone? Let's start at Morgan Creek.
At Morgan Creek, I believe it was around 32 steps.
Okay. And what did you do with that information that you had?
Myself and Investigator Pope drove out to Morgan Creek, where the Life 360 indicated that they parked in that first parking lot. When we first responded out there, we found some yellow stains in the parking lot we thought were interesting. So I started by walking from that parking space on the south side of the parking lot, and then used the sidewalk to walk to the pavilion, and then I walked back.
And when you did that, were you able to record how many steps you took?
Yes.
And what do you remember as far as the steps you took?
It was approximately 40 for myself.
And did you do anything in regards to the meter information at that time?
I used a hunting app that I have, and it tracks your GPS location. And when you start the track, it will pick up your phone's location, and then I hit the track, and then it tracks you to wherever you end the track. So when I did that, the GPS tracked me at 32 meters approximately.
32 meters was what was tracked during your experiment there. And
Correct.
what do you remember in terms of what Mr. Louisma's phone showed in meters?
I believe it was 36 or so.
30.
36.
Did you find, as a result of your follow-up investigation at Morgan Creek, that the amount of steps that you had to take and the meters involved in taking those steps from the near parking space to the pavilion area and back was consistent with what was in Mr. Louisma's phone?
Yes.
If we could present to the witness what's already been introduced into evidence in State's Exhibit number 11C.
You're asking to publish that?
Yes, and publish it too, Your Honor.
Publishing 11C now.
Now we have 11C up on the TV here. It's not up on the big screen quite yet. There we go. Does this help demonstrate at all the area where you measured the number of steps that you took from the parking lot to the structures in the area?
I did. it does.
Can you show us, if you still have the laser pointer up there, maybe?
I do.
Just kind of what steps you took to make these conclusions.
I actually started at the parking lot where this vehicle is, or the parking space, I should say, where this vehicle is, at where the driver door would be, and walked this way and followed the step or the concrete to the pavilion itself, to the table that's under the pavilion.
And so when you did that and then performed the walk back, that's when you found the consistent information between what you did in Mr. Louisma's phone?
Yes.
And just based upon your knowledge of how this health data is collected and the number of steps recorded, is that going to record just that movement and that location change as far as health data?
As far as I know, your phone feels you walking, and then it can track how far you're stepping.
And so in your experience, is that going to include any other movements you might make once you're in one position? Like waving hands or anything?
No,
like that?
no.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, now, Judge, we're going to show the witness what's been previously marked and introduced into evidence as State 6A. Okay, and so number 6A is up right now. Sergeant Peterson, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what does that depict?
This is Lily Pond Park.
Did you do a similar follow-up investigation at Lily Pond Park
I did.
that you did at Morgan Creek Park?
I did.
And was that regards to the information that was recorded in Mr. Louisma's phone in terms of steps and meters, and what and follow up on that with conducting your own investigation?
I did.
Does this area help demonstrate the area you measured in terms of steps?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us or show us with your laser pointer kind of what you did here?
So we parked in the parking lot approximately right here, and then we walked a route that we believe that would have been likely towards where Melody's body was located right here around this big tree, noting that it would have been dark and it would probably been easier to see that direction. The steps could have been in that general direction, but that's the route we took. And then while standing at where Melody's body was found, I had a laser rangefinder and shot the laser back towards my truck to get the range from that location to my truck. Now that's line of sight, and it doesn't account for any deviation while you're walking, but that is line of sight, and it turned out to be 65 yards on my laser rangefinder.
So you found that roughly the distance between the parking lot area there to where Melody's body was found was approximately 65 yards.
Correct.
And again, that's not accounting for maybe some divots or other land type layout here that might account for that.
Yeah, it would not account for any kind of deviation from a straight line.
And then what else did you do while you were out there?
The distance that was recorded, I believe there was 9-minute difference between the first set of steps and the second set of steps. The first set was approximately 320 steps, and the other one was 270, if I recall correctly. The distance, though, was 185 meters and 181 meters, respectively, with the 181 being with the 270 steps. Due to how far away the Melody's location was at in the parking lot, we also moved further east towards the bridge over here to see where might be the next closest location a vehicle would logically park. If the photograph would depict the road that Lily Pond is on, there's a driveway or a street that leads into an RV park, and that's the next closest location. And it was well over 100 and some yards just from the bridge itself, eliminating them parking from at that intersection and likely parking at the park itself.
Did that help you then more closely focus on the area where you wanted to conduct the further experimentation?
Yes.
So what we gathered here from you there is that there were you said there were two sets of movements that were detected?
That's correct.
And those movements were 9 minutes apart.
That's correct.
And is your testimony then that the first set involved, did you say 320 steps?
Approximately 320, yes.
And that information, and the specific information, is going to be in the report itself?
That's correct.
This is based on your memory of it?
That's correct.
And that involved, that 320 steps involved, did you say 185 meters?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there was a second set of steps.
Correct.
And how many steps did that involve?
Approximately 270.
And that was 9 minutes later?
Yes.
Okay. And so that involved 270 steps, and then how many meters?
181.
And so based on those numbers and the location that you conducted this experiment from, what kind of opinions or conclusions did you draw?
That the first steps, the 320, were likely walking out towards where Melody's body was located, then walking back, and then for whatever reason running back to that location and then back to the car wherever they parked. The difference would be the stride length between each of those steps of the distances. That's why there's fewer in the second set.
So the meters are roughly the same, but the steps in the second set are less, and in your opinion, that's consistent with the longer strides of a run?
Or jog, something moving faster or longer strides, that's correct.
And so could that be running towards the location and running back?
Yes.
Could it be walking towards the location and running back?
Could be.
In any event, it's an indication of longer strides, but same roughly distance.
Yes.
Okay. Did you find then overall that the experiment that you did here, the follow-up investigation, was consistent with what was found in Mr. Louisma's phone as two separate trips back and forth from the parking lot to where Melody's body was found that were 9 minutes apart?
Yes.
I think while we're accessing another exhibit here, I'm going to ask you some questions. Did you collect some items of evidence, or you and other officers at the Marion Police Department, and transport those evidence to the Division of Criminal Investigations Laboratory for further testing?
That's correct.
What was the purpose of doing that?
The items were sent to the laboratory for fingerprint and DNA analysis.
And as a result of that, did you receive some results for the DNA forensic analysis?
We did.
We've got a witness coming in, I think, today to talk about that, but let's talk about the fingerprint analysis that you asked for. What specifically were you asking as far as fingerprint analysis?
For the specific items that were returned recently, it was, I believe, the 3 machetes, a lift that was taken off of the defendant's car, and another knife that was recovered at Dakota Van Patten's house. The DCI lab couldn't get to those items in time for the trial. They were updating their system, and they informed us that they would not be able to provide the results of those items to us. So I contacted the Cedar Rapids Police Department. They have a fingerprint identification individual that can perform those duties for us, and did so.
And with regard to, did the DCI, were they able to do testing on any of the items that were submitted for fingerprints?
On some items, yes, but not this later set that we sent. I believe it was August, the time frame. There was multiple sets of evidence that we sent to the DCI lab based on what we thought was a priority at a time.
Do you recall the results of the fingerprint examination that was done by the DCI on any of the items?
I don't know.
Okay, now I think we have State's Exhibit 1A ready to publish again to the jury.
Publishing 1A.
You see State's Exhibit 1A, Sergeant Peterson?
I do.
Okay, and does this show, based upon your investigation, a relative route that was taken by Mr. Louisma and Mr. Van Patten from Lily Pond, ultimately to 690 Bentley Drive, where Taya Meyer lives, and then ultimately to Hummingbird Lane in Hiawatha, where Mr. Louisma lives?
Yes.
We had some testimony and exhibits earlier in this case, I believe yesterday, that showed some surveillance footage of Mr. Louisma's vehicle on Edgewood Road. Do you recall that being part of the investigation?
I do.
And what can you tell us about Edgewood Road in Cedar Rapids? Is that a primarily a commercial, a residential road?
It's primarily commercial. I would say it's one of the main arteries on the west side of the city.
And are there a lot of businesses on Edgewood Road?
There are.
Are there businesses like convenience stores and whatnot that are open 24 hours a day?
To my knowledge, yes.
Are you familiar with the location of the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
I am.
Where is that?
It's on 1st Street in the 500 block.
Are you able to?
Down in this general area.
We're going to go ahead and try to, without losing our clarity here. Okay.
Right about there.
Okay. So, is that in the downtown area of Cedar Rapids?
It is.
Okay. Is the Cedar Rapids Police Department accessible via various roads from Edgewood Road?
Yes.
Cedar Rapids? Okay. You familiar with 16th Avenue?
16th
Southwest?
Avenue, yes.
Can downtown be accessed from Edgewood Road by 16th Avenue?
Yes.
Familiar with Johnson Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. Can downtown be accessed by Johnson Avenue?
Yes.
Familiar with First Avenue?
I am.
And does First Avenue go into downtown?
It does.
Do you know where the Hiawatha Police Department is?
I do.
Okay. What's the location of the Hiawatha Police Department?
I don't know the exact address. It is off of Centerpoint Road and Blair's Ferry Road. It is to the northwest of that intersection. Thank you. The Hiawatha Police Department is actually attached to their City Hall, and City Hall is on North Centerpoint Road in Hiawatha. It butts up to North Centerpoint Road, and it is only a couple blocks away from Blair's Ferry to the north in this general area.
So if you're traveling Edgewood to Highway 100, when you're on Highway 100, would you just need to go north to the Hiawatha Police Department?
You could take 380 north, or you could actually get off at the Centerpoint Road exit and travel northbound towards the Hiawatha Police Department, which is in this general area right here.
And is it also accessible off of Blair's Ferry Road?
Yes, you'd have to take North Centerpoint Road from Blair's Ferry, yes.
Can you see the Hiawatha Police Department from the interstate?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it pretty close to the interstate?
It is close to the interstate. I'm not sure if you can visit, if there's line of sight to it, but it's very close to the interstate.
Okay. All right, we can go ahead and take that down now. Overall, did the path of travel that you found that Mr. Louisma's vehicle took from Lily Pond to Taya Meyer's house and then back to his house afford multiple opportunities for him to travel to police departments of Cedar Rapids, Hiawatha, even Marion?
Yes.
Where's Marion Police Department?
6315 Highway 151 for a general location. That'd be the intersection of Highway 13 and 151. We're just slightly east of that.
How far is that from 690 Bentley Drive?
It's several miles. It's approximately a 10-minute drive from our police department to the Bentley Drive complex.
All right. Now I'd like to ask you a few questions here about the investigation you did into Mr. Louisma's phone.
Okay.
So, did you actually access Mr. Louisma's phone manually when you were able to recover it? I think it was from Nakia and Patty, but ended up with you all.
Yes.
Okay. And through that process, were you able to manipulate the phone to get into Mr. Louisma's the apps on his phone?
Yes.
And was one of the apps that you were able to get into the Facebook app?
Yes.
And when you went into the Facebook app, were you then did you discover that you had accessed a Facebook profile belonging to McKinley Louisma?
Actually, it was through Facebook Messenger, not Facebook itself.
Okay. So did you access the Facebook Messenger app?
Yes.
And when you did that, were you able to determine that you were indeed accessing a Facebook Messenger app that was connected to Mr. Louisma's Facebook account?
Yes.
And so you knew at that point in time you were in Mr. Louisma's Facebook Messenger app?
That's correct.
Connected to his account?
Correct.
And when you did that, were you able to access some conversations between the Facebook account of Mr. Louisma and other individuals?
Yes.
And was one of those individuals that you accessed that Mr. Louisma had conversed with Melody Hoffman?
That's correct.
And were you able then to tap or enter into the Facebook Messenger conversation and observe conversations between McKinley Louisma's Facebook account and Melody Hoffman?
Yes.
And I'd just like to present as a matter of identification State's Exhibit number 17BB to the witness, Your Honor. You see that?
I do.
Okay. To your knowledge, does this contain then a recording that you made of you manually navigating the conversation between Mr. Louisma's Facebook account, known Facebook account, and Melody Hoffman?
Yes.
Move to enter State's Exhibit 17BB, Your Honor.
Any objection to 17BB?
Yes, Your Honor, we object.
Objections overruled for the reasons previously discussed. 17BB is admitted.
And permission to publish and play State's Exhibit 17BB, Your Honor.
17BB is published now.
Go ahead and start it now. So when is the last message exchange between Melody Hoffman and the defendant?
On January 28th, 2024 at approximately 3:35 p.m.
And that just appears to be a question by Ms. Hoffman, what do you want? Is that?
That's correct.
And how does Mr. Louisma's his Facebook account belonging to Mr. Louisma respond to that?
Nothing.
Okay, go ahead and continue that. Okay, now we're going to start at the beginning here. We can pause. Does this indicate then at the very top that the person with whom McKinley Louisma's Facebook account is communicating on Messenger is Melody Hoffman?
That's correct.
And does this indicate, at least at the time this conversation was accessed that he was not friends with Melody Hoffman on Facebook.
That's correct.
When does this particular conversation commence?
On January 26, 2024 at 7:39 p.m.
Okay. And what's the first entry there?
3 question marks coming from the defendant's profile.
Okay. And then when is the next entry?
Same date, but at 7:42 p.m., and it's a video chat for 2 minutes.
What does that indicate, a video chat?
FaceTime, so if you can view each other and just talk to each other. It's like a phone call, but you're video talking or video chatting with each other, so you can see each other.
So does that indicate that there was a video chat or conversation between Melody Hoffman's Facebook Messenger and McKinley Louisma's Facebook Messenger on January 26th at 7:42 p.m.?
Yes.
And then what's the entry after that?
It says you unsent a message.
Okay. And that means, does that mean a message was unsent by Mr. Louisma's Facebook account?
Correct.
Okay. And then after that is what next?
There's an audio call that was missed.
Does that show, can you tell whether that shows an audio call made by Melody Hoffman or by Mr. Louisma's account?
I believe that it had been from the defendant's account making that call. If it's on the other side of the screen, it should be Melody calling in.
And so what's the next entry here?
It says, "Why are you calling me why are you calling my name like that for?" Question mark, question mark. BC, probably because you mad he is with me? Question mark, question mark.
And that's coming from McKinley Louisma's Facebook
That's
Messenger?
correct.
Okay. We'll go ahead and continue here. Okay, we'll stop again here. And then after that question from McKinley Louisma's Facebook Messenger account, what's the next entry?
It's at 7:50 on the same date. It's a missed video call.
And who can you tell that missed video call is coming from?
Melody's account.
Okay. And then after that, there's a couple entries, and who are those from?
Those are from Melody.
Okay. And what do these entries say?
I think what WDYM stands for is, what do you mean? Why am I calling your name like that? The next entry is A, you probably, meaning probably, don't even care about me anymore. B, you don't want to be around me, because BC, or because you know that I know you're with Kia. BC, because you keep going back and forth between her and me.
Then we have the beginning of a next message, but we'll see if we can scroll up a little bit more here.
And the next message following that is, now you're ignoring me for no darn reason.
And then what's the response to what Melody Hoffman says there?
It's an emoji with sunglasses and a smiling face.
Okay. And then what's the next entries we see here?
Continuing on the 26th, it starts at 7:58 p.m. There's an audio call for 1 minute from Melody, and then the next entry is again from Melody for 31 seconds. The next one is a missed audio call, and then it continues to 8:01 p.m. with a 2-minute audio call from Melody to the defendant's profile.
So all of those calls are from Melody's profile to McKinley Louisma's Facebook Messenger profile?
Correct.
And then after that audio call, that's 2 minutes on January 26th at 8:01 p.m., what do we see as the next messages sent?
Ken, WTF.
I think we all know what WTF means, but go ahead for the record.
For the record?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And so after that WTF, what do we see as the next 2 entries there?
There's an audio call for 45 seconds, and then another missed audio call, or video call, from Melody.
And then the next entry we see is at January 26th at 8:05 p.m. What does that say?
It's an audio call for 2 minutes from Melody.
And then after that audio call for 2 minutes, what's the next statement by Melody?
It says, tell him I'm done with his goofy ass.
Then we have a response here from Mr. Louisma's Facebook account. What does that say?
says, why, how come you be done with someone that was already done with you? Crying, laughing, emoji face 6 times. Make it make sense.
In response to that, that came from Mr. Louisma's Facebook profile, how did Melody respond to that?
And it says, and if he wants to come back to me, he will have to talk to my mom about it.
After Melody stated that, what was the response from Mr. Louisma's Facebook account?
Nope.
And then how does Melody respond?
Okay then.
What's the next entry?
There's an audio call from the defendant's profile for 5 seconds.
After that 5-second audio call, what's the next response or statement that Melody makes?
Don't even think to come to my crib or my grandparents because, or BC, your ass will be in jail. After that, there's a missed audio call. Following the audio call, it states, I don't even want to be around you because you do too much.
Okay, then scrolling further here, at the bottom of, there we go, starting with bye, what's it say there?
Starting with what, I'm sorry?
Bye, have fun.
No. Bye, have fun with Kia's ass because I'm done with your bullshit. Adios, amigos.
And that's from Melody too?
That's correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom of this, it says, you've blocked Melody. What does that mean?
That the user for the profile had blocked Melody's profile, allowing no more conversation to come back and forth between the two of them, unless they initiated, I believe.
So after those entries on January, I think that was January 26th we were looking at, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, on January 27th, what do we see?
We had a missed call at 11:05 p.m. on the 27th.
So after all those entries on the January 26th, and after Melody said adios amigos, there's another call. Is that, and who made that call?
It would have came from the defendant's profile.
How did Melody respond to that?
The following day at 3:35 in the afternoon, she says, what do you want, with an emoji face that's got the line for a mouth.
And then the defense response to that?
Nothing.
Okay. I think that's it for the exhibit. And so that conversation then was what you found from looking at the defendant's phone as far as contact between his Facebook account and Melody's Facebook account through Messenger.
That's correct.
Sergeant Peterson, we talked about a lot here over the last couple of days now. I think I've reached the point where I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
If the amount of time that you've been testifying correlates to your importance in the case, it would seem that you played a very important role in this case. Would you agree?
I appreciate that, and I agree.
You did a lot of work, didn't you?
I did.
You did a lot of work yourself, correct?
That's correct.
And you kept apprised of what other agencies and officers were doing on the case as well, correct?
That's correct.
You've been able to testify in some cases to DCI testing that's been done on this case, right?
Correct.
And so you followed it all along, would you agree?
Yes.
You've done a lot of work on various cell phones, right?
Yes.
And it seems like you've got some special training in cell phones as well?
No special formalized training. As I think I noted earlier in my testimony, we had an evidence tech that was certified with Cellbrite, and through the last 3 years, she's kind of shown me how to manipulate the program so I can identify things that are important in a case to help her workload to be less, and sometimes our techs don't know everything about our cases, so it's nice to be able to go through cases and look for items that they might not recognize, or they're not directly involved in the case otherwise.
In short, Sergeant, you know the evidence in this case, don't you?
Yes.
Which means you know that on February 17th, Dakota Van Patten had a gun.
It was a BB gun.
Right. You know that Dakota Van Patten had a BB gun, correct?
Yep.
In all the work you've done in this case, you actually saw a Snapchat video of his showing it, didn't you?
That's correct. It was in his waistband.
You saw a picture of Dakota Van Patten with a BB gun in his waistband the night of February 17th, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you've made a point to tell us that it was a BB gun, correct?
That's correct.
But we've talked about this gun before, and you yourself admitted that it looked real.
It does look real.
Having seen this picture of Dakota with a gun, can you demonstrate for the jury how that gun was positioned?
Do you mind if I stand up? Probably easier.
May he, Judge?
You may.
And I will ask you, sir, if you wouldn't mind for our record, as you are physically demonstrating, could you do your best to explain what you are doing verbally for our court reporter?
Of course.
Thank you.
So if I recall correctly, the gun is in, this is the pistol, and it's in his waistband down in this kind of motion. It is at what would be called an appendix carry. Part of the gun is sticking out, the handle is sticking out, with the pistol being inside his waistband, or the barrel being inside his waistband.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Judge. Ms. Slaughter, would you be so kind as to show Exhibit 13BB? It's been offered and admitted. GG. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Tell me when you're ready. Publishing 13GG.
You had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
Sergeant? You recognize that?
I do.
You recognize that because it's the gun that was in the waistband of Dakota Van Patten's clothes?
That's correct.
One more question with respect to Dakota's phone. You talked at length about your investigation into the health data in my client's phone, correct?
That's correct.
Did you do the same thing with Dakota Van Patten's health data?
I don't believe that Android collects health data. That would be a question for Officer Jeff Holst. I never received any kind of information like that from the download that he provided.
Okay. To be fair, it sounds like you were not asked to do that.
That's correct.
Thank you. The one other thing I want to visit with you about, Sergeant, is that paracord that we spent some time talking about. You recall that yesterday?
Yes.
You testified that you just happened to be shopping at Menards when it caught your eye, correct?
That's correct.
And it caught your eye because it was similar looking to the paracord you'd seen in this case, correct?
That's correct.
You told us that you noted the length of it, correct?
That's correct.
Was it 50 feet?
The store-bought brand, yes, is 50 feet.
And the picture that you showed had it kind of in a bin full of other paracord, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you recall if that particular color of paracord was available in any other sizes?
I didn't look. I just saw the green one that looked like the exact same one that was recovered out of your defendant's trunk. That's what caught my eye.
And you're not saying that Menards is the only place where you can buy that paracord, correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Slaughter, may I ask you to show one more photo? 13N, Judge Mishi. All right, and so now we've published and you're able to see 13N, correct?
I am.
And you're familiar with this paracord?
Yes.
It was found in the basement of Dakota Van Patten's house.
That's correct.
Is it bundled in a similar way to the bundles that you saw at Menards?
I would say so.
Sergeant, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Would you get that picture back up, 13M? Okay, Sergeant Peterson, we're looking again at State's Exhibit number 13M, the paracord in Mr. Van Patten's basement that you identified as being similar to the one you saw at Menards and that you did all the measurements on, right?
That's correct.
You remember you and Special Agent Kelly talking to Mr. Louisma during the interview about his activities preceding the night of February 17th?
Yes.
And did you and Special Agent Kelly ask him about whether he went to Menards that week?
I don't believe we asked about Menard specifically. I would have to refer to the video in the interview, but I don't recall it right now.
And maybe we'll ask Special Agent Kelly about that, but in the items recovered in the trunk, to your recollection, was there any receipts that were recovered from Menards?
There was one receipt from Menards.
Okay. And do you remember what that indicated was purchased?
It was a door lock.
What's next to the paracord right here?
That is a door lock or a deadbolt for a keyed entry, so a door lock.
And as a part of the investigation in this case, are you also aware of a shopping trip that Mr. Louisma made to Walmart before that final trip with the machetes and whatnot as well?
Yes.
And you remember what he purchased at that time?
It was a similar looking deadbolt as well at Walmart.
And earlier in your testimony, do you recall talking about the door at Mr. Van Patten's house?
Yes.
And you remember what was inside the door?
It was a green rope fashioned into a door handle.
And was that door missing any kind of door lock or deadbolt function?
I don't think there was a doorknob to speak of.
It just had the paracord through it, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. We can take that down. And now I'd like to show you pictures. We'd like to publish for the jury again what's been previously introduced and into evidence in State's Exhibit 13V. Do you see what's in State's Exhibit number 13V?
I do.
Okay. Is that a photograph that was taken of the gun that was recovered in the locked box under the Mr. Van Patten's brother, Dustin Prince's bed during the search warrant?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what kind of gun is this?
It's a 9mm.
Okay. Does this represent or does this appear to be a similar appearance to the gun that you and Ms. Eimerman were discussing that was the BB gun? Okay.
No, this is a different gun.
Okay. And is this similar appearance at all to the gun that was witnessed in this Snapchat picture with Dakota Van Patten?
No, the one that Defendant Van Patten had is a 1911 style pistol. This appears to be a subcompact type of pistol.
Okay, thanks. We can take that down. All right, can I have 1 second? Present to the witness, Your Honor, what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 17O through 17S for identification purposes. Do you see those?
I do.
And scanning through those, do you recognize these photos?
I do.
Are these photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
What are these photographs of?
They're the handle of a machete that was purchased at Walmart by our department for a comparison to the machetes that were recovered in this case.
Is this machete the exact same similar model as the ones that were purchased by Defendant Louisma, Mr. Van Patten, and Mr. Kimpton on February 17th of 2024, as we've seen in the exhibits?
Yes, it's an Ozark Trail machete that Walmart sells.
And what area of the machete did you photograph?
The handle?
Are these fair and accurate depictions of the machete that you photographed, the handle area?
Yes, it is.
Move to enter States 17O through 17S.
Any objection to 17O through 17S?
No, Your Honor.
17O through 17S are admitted.
Permission to publish those, Your Honor?
Publishing now.
Can you tell us first what we're looking at in States Exhibit 17O?
This is the handle portion of the machete laying on a scale within our forensic lab. We have a camera that's we'll use for more detailed photographing.
And what does this show as far as the handle and kind of the appearance of it and makeup of it?
Most notably, there's small rectangles within the whole handle itself. There's also a total of 4 what would appear to be rivets that are golden color, and then also a hole that would probably be used for placing a rope to carry it or something like that. And then also there's I would call it a tang on the end of the handle itself with a rivet at the end of it.
Are those small rectangular, how to describe it, what we see here, the small rectangular shapes, are those raised from the machete
Yes.
itself?
They are raised up.
Is that basically intended to be a way to grip the machete without it slipping out of your hand?
That's correct.
Okay. Move on to 17B. And what's depicted there?
This is a closer picture of the same handle near that hole where you'd possibly put a rope with the rivets with a sticker with a measurement, a metric unit of measurement to do a comparison of the size of those raised squares or rectangles, if you will.
Does this give us an idea of how far apart those raised rectangles are on the grip of the machete?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
It just indicates a pattern that is imprinted on the handle itself.
As far as the measured distance between those raised rectangular objects on the grip, how far apart are those from each other?
They're about a meter or a centimeter.
Okay. Moving on to 17Q. What does this show?
I apologize, not a centimeter, but it'd be a millimeter for each one of those little tiny rectangles. The unit itself is, you'll see the 1 and the 2, that's centimeters, and then obviously down to the tenths. Sorry, repeat your question.
Thank you for clarifying that. What are we seeing in 17Q?
This is just another close-up photo of the bottom part of the handle of the machete. That includes that tang.
And what are we seeing then? We'll move on to 17R.
This is an even closer photo of the bottom of the handle, excluding the tang as it goes off to the bottom right here. And then again, for the, I would call it the rope, hole for the rope.
Does this, I mean, basically what you're showing here is that we're getting closer and closer to get an idea what these little rectangular shapes are and how they appear.
Yes.
Moving on then finally to 17S. What are we looking at here?
Even closer picture with the one rivet and the hole for possibly a rope.
And so what we're seeing here as we get closer is that these rectangular shapes really do appear to be about 1 millimeter apart.
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks. I think that's all I have for the exhibits. Is that some follow-up investigation you did then in this case to take those close-up pictures of that machete handle?
I did.
Okay. That's all I have. Thanks, Judge.
Cross?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to be in recess for our lunch break until 1:30. Have a good break. Remember the admonition, and we'll see you back then. we're back on the record in FECR 153477. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
The state calls Carly Schneider.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you would please start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Carly Schneider, K-A-R-L-E-E-S-C-H-N-E-I-D-E-R.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Schneider.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us what your occupation is?
I am a criminalist at the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, or DCI for short, Crime Lab.
And can you tell us what the job of criminalist entails?
In general, criminalists were assigned to many different sections within the laboratory. In general, we process evidence that's submitted to the laboratory from criminal investigations from across the state of Iowa. We examine that evidence, issue reports, and then testify when requested.
Do the criminalists such as yourself at the DCI specialize in a certain type of evidence that you would analyze when it's submitted to you?
Yes, so I am assigned to the DNA section.
And what does the DNA section of the DCI Crime Lab do?
So we examine evidence from criminal investigations. Specifically, if items of evidence are submitted to the DNA section, I may first look for any bodily fluids that may be on an item. I will examine items, take samples, attempt to develop DNA profiles, compare those to any known reference samples that are submitted for the case, issue a report, and then testify if it's requested.
So does your laboratory then receive items from outside agencies that are submitted through a process or a protocol that the lab has?
Yes.
Let's talk about that first. Can you tell us about the protocol for a law enforcement agency to submit items for DNA comparison to the DCI lab?
Generally, items are brought to the laboratory either by mail or physically dropped off. Those items are processed then through the evidence room, documented. They are prepared for us to do our analysis. Once the items are ready to be requested, a criminalist such as myself, I then requested the evidence from the evidence room. I physically walked down to the laboratory evidence room, retrieved the items that I requested, and I will take them back to the DNA section of the lab in a secured storage area and they will stay in the DNA section throughout the duration of my testing.
Let's talk about your background here. Can you give us a rundown of your education, training, and experience? And you can start with your education.
I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in biology from Central College and a Master of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University. After I was hired at the lab, I completed the DNA section training program. This program included background reading, practical lab exercises, as well as written and oral exams. After successful completion of that training program, I began doing independent casework and have been doing so ever since. In addition to that initial training period, on an annual basis, I will either attend a forensic science conference, watch webinars related to forensic DNA testing, and also read literature related to DNA testing to stay current in the field.
I don't think we gathered from you sort of the timing of some of those things, so can we just go back over, when did you get your BA from Central College?
I graduated from Central College in 2015.
Okay, so in 2015, after graduating from Central College with a BA in what?
Biology.
Biology, okay. Is that, after that, is that when you went to Marshall?
Yes.
Okay, and you got your Master's of Science in Marshall?
Yes, Master of Science in Forensic Science.
Forensic Science, okay. Tell us what forensic science is.
Forensic science is this application of science to the law.
And so does that entail then the application of scientific principles such as DNA analysis, to criminal law, the evaluation of items of evidence for purposes of criminal trials, criminal prosecutions, those sort of things?
Yes,
And when did you receive your Master's of Science?
2017.
In 2017, after you received your Master's, who were you first employed by, or what job do you have first?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Where'd you go to work after that?
In between, after I graduated from graduate school, I did spend some time working at a winery, and I also worked at Principal Financial prior to being employed by the lab.
When were you hired by the DCI laboratory?
In 2018.
And were you hired as a criminalist?
Yes.
When you were hired as a criminalist for the DCI laboratory in 2018, where were you initially assigned?
I have been working in the DNA section for the duration of my career.
Was that your general focus then throughout your schooling at Central College in Marshall with DNA analysis?
So in Central College, my degree was in biology, and then at Marshall University, I did complete emphases in DNA testing, also forensic chemistry and crime scene investigation. So kind of took coursework in all three of those disciplines.
So then getting hired as a criminalist in the DNA section of the DCI lab with your background, felt like that was a pretty good fit for you?
Yes.
Is that what you wanted to do when you went to college?
I knew I wanted to work in forensics, and after spending some time, I fell in love with biology, and then I do enjoy DNA testing.
Okay. Let's move to February of 2024. Where were you assigned at the DCI laboratory in February of 2024?
I would have been a criminalist in the DNA section.
Did you have an opportunity to receive some evidence in this case, the case of where Melody Hoffman is the homicide victim and Mr. Louisma is charged as the defendant?
Yes, I did examine evidence related to this matter.
As a result of receiving evidence related to this case, did you formulate a report that contained your conclusions and interpretation of that evidence?
For this case, I did author 2 DNA reports.
If we could, Your Honor, we'd like to show the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 19A. Do you see that in front of you, Carly?
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit number 19A?
State's Exhibit 19A appears to be a copy of one of the DNA reports issued in this case.
And how many pages is that DNA report you're referring to?
For this DNA, it's identified as report number 2. It is a total of 7 pages.
Does this also contain an additional report?
Yes, there is also what has been identified as lab report number 3, which is the second DNA report that I issued in this case.
And what's the date of the second report?
The second report that I issued was finalized on September 11th of 2024.
And then what is the date of the first report?
The date that the first report was finalized was April 11th of 2024.
Even though I think we intended to have 19A and 19B, it looks like everything's in 19A. Is that right?
I did not see another red or a State's Exhibit tag on it. I only saw 19A.
Your Honor, we move to admit State's Exhibit number 19A.
Any objection to 19A?
No objection.
Exhibit 19A is admitted.
And we'd like to publish that when we get the opportunity, Your Honor.
19A is published.
So, Carly, I think the easiest way to do this is just to go through this report, and I'm going to ask you some questions, and you're going to tell us about what we're seeing on your report, okay?
Okay.
All right. And this report may reference some items that we haven't seen pictures yet here, but it's our understanding here that you can't come back tomorrow, right?
Correct.
So we got to get you in today. Okay. So we'll just go ahead and start here. This says lab case number on it and a report date. So is this the first report that you compiled and formulated in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like it refers to your agency, and then who's the case officer in this report?
It is listed as Special Agent Ryan Kedley.
And does he also work for the DCI?
Yes.
And then as far as subjects here, we have McKinley Louisma and Dakota Van Patten. Is that your understanding that those are the suspects or defendants in this analysis?
From my understanding, yes. That information is filled out by the submitting agency prior to submitting, so that's not something that I decided or I put on the report.
And then the victim in this case is known as Melody Hoffman, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, going to the first entry here, we'll say items as described by submitting agency. On February 20th, 2024, the following items were submitted to, who's Noah Eelnant?
He is one of the individuals that works in the evidence room at the crime lab.
So would he have been the one who received the items from law enforcement and then began the process of going through that protocol to collect and preserve the items for your later analysis?
Yes, for the items that are listed underneath, it looks like laboratory items 3 through 10. He is the individual that received them in the evidence room.
And in this instance, laboratory items number 3 through 10 are the same as the agency number. Is that right?
Yes.
And does that indicate, at least based on your understanding, that the agency that submitted these items was also the DCI?
From my understanding, that is what happened in these items.
And what items were submitted?
Laboratory and agency item number 3 was a box containing 2 swabs of red stain from the trunk lid of the Honda. Lab and agency item number 4 was 2 sets of Ozark Trail gloves with red stains. Laboratory and agency items 5 was a pink shirt with red stains and duct tape from the trunk of the Honda. Laboratory and agency items 6 was hair stuck to duct tape from trunk of Honda. Lab and agency items number 7 was green paracord from trunk of Honda. Agency and lab items number 8 was a pocket knife with red stains from Honda. Laboratory and agency items 9 was a box containing swabs from McKinley Louisma. And lab and agency items 10 were paper fold containing fingernail scrapings from McKinley Louisma.
Did you find when you ultimately received these items for analysis that these were fairly adequate descriptions of the items that you examined?
Yes.
Okay. And then on February 22nd, 2024, it looks like some more items were submitted to Brandy Lane. Is she also an evidence tech at DCI Lab?
Yes, she is.
Okay. What items were submitted on February 22nd?
Laboratory item 11 is agency item 1 was a item containing right fingernail clippings collected at time of autopsy. Laboratory item 12, agency item 2, was an item containing left fingernail clippings collected at time of autopsy. Laboratory item 13, agency item 3, was sealed sex assault kit bearing the name of Melody Hoffman taken at the time of autopsy exam. Laboratory item 14, agency item 4, was underwear of the victim. Laboratory item 15, agency item 5, was a blood standard card taken at time of autopsy exam.
And did these descriptions also adequately represent the items that you examined?
Yes.
And finally, on March 7th of 2024, it looks like some more items were submitted, this time to Melissa Ozamek. Is she also a lab tech at DCI Lab?
Yes, she works in the evidence room as well.
And what was submitted on March 7th of 2024?
Laboratory item 16, agency item 4, was a swab from unknown flaky yellow substance at Morgan Creek Park. Laboratory item 17, agency item 5, was swabs of unknown dried fluid on parking lot at Morgan Creek Park. Laboratory item 18, agency item 6, was swab from unknown amber substance north of picnic table. Lab item 19, agency item 7, was a swab of unknown substance from south of picnic table. Laboratory item 20, agency item 9, was clear framed glasses. Laboratory item 21, agency item 10, was gray Nike shoes. Laboratory item 22, agency item 11, was gray sweatpants. Laboratory item 23, agency item 18, was forest green Under Armour sweatshirt. Laboratory item 24, agency item 34, was pink Hey Dude shoes. Laboratory item 25, agency item 35, was black capri pants. Laboratory item 26, agency item 42, was a multicolor cell phone case. Laboratory item 28, agency item 52, was a black beanie. Lab number 29, agency number 56, was Van Patten buccal swab.
And then on March 7th of 2024, it says the following items were submitted again to Melissa Ozimek at the DCI lab. What was submitted on that date?
That was laboratory item 30, agency item 67, known swabs, Logan Kimpton.
And it looks like with some of these later items here, there was a different lab number than an agency number. Does that indicate to you that those items that don't have the same number were submitted by an outside agency like the Marion Police Department?
Yes, those items likely came from not the DCI. They may have different agency item numbers because they were submitted and inventoried by a different agency.
Let's turn to the next page here now. And the next entry you have says that photographs were taken of item 7, which, if we go back, is the green paracord from the trunk of the Honda. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what you're doing here and what you're noting as far as your testing at this point in time in the report.
Do you mean just to explain what each of those paragraphs mean? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that first one says photographs were taken of item 7 by forensic science technician Marcy Batchelor. Just means photos were taken of item 7, which was the paracord. The next one says if an evidentiary profile referenced in this report is stated to be associated with the DNA profile of a specific individual, then the DNA profiles of other individuals profiled in this case can be considered to have been eliminated as possible DNA donors to that specific evidentiary profile. In other words, that means if somewhere in the report it says a DNA profile was associated to an individual, everybody else that has been profiled in this case can be eliminated as being a donor to that profile.
Okay, thank you. What do we have next? Testing was not attempted. Explain that.
Testing was not attempted on every stain on the submitted items. That just means on some of the items that are in the report, I didn't screen every single stain on every single item in this case. And screening is referencing body fluid screening.
So would that statement then, is that put in there to note that even though there might be an item of evidence that contains, let's say, multiple stains that have been identified as blood, you're not going to test every stain?
So yeah, it can mean that there may be numerous stains on an item. I may only screen a few of those stains. So it just says that not every stain on every single item was screened for a bodily fluid.
It might be an obvious answer, but can you explain why you don't test every area?
If an item has, For instance, if it has just one area, maybe of red-brown staining, I will screen that area. If an item has numerous stains, I may take a representative sample of those and just screen different areas on that item. Try to take a representative or number of samples given the case information, just to kind of streamline our testing. And we do know that we can always go back at a later time if additional testing is requested.
So at least initially, is it fair to say that if you were to test every area of an item that has blood stains, that could result in a lot of duplicitous work, maybe unnecessary work, and certainly additional work?
It would certainly be additional work if we screened every single stain on every single item in every single case.
Okay, moving on, talk about the screening.
This says the evidence was screened for the presence of bodily fluids by chemical testing and/or antibody antigen testing. That statement just says that some of the items within the report I did do body fluid screening on.
What kind of bodily fluids are you looking for in that screening?
In our laboratory, we have body fluid screening tests for blood, seminal fluid, and saliva.
Talk about the differential extraction procedure for stains containing seminal fluid.
This says the differential extraction procedure for a stain containing seminal fluid attempts to isolate sperm DNA from DNA of other sources. The procedure results in two fractions, one called sperm fraction and the other called epithelial fraction. The sperm fraction is expected to be mainly of male origin. However, some non-sperm DNA may be present. The epithelial fraction may consist of DNA from both seminal and non-seminal origin. So this statement just explains in items that may contain seminal fluid, we do a different type of extraction procedure where we attempt to separate the sperm fraction from the epithelial fraction or non-sperm fraction. So just kind of explaining that process and to say that a differential extraction was performed in this case.
So basically, if you do find the presence of seminal fluid as a result of this screening, then you're going to extract from that seminal fluid what you can find in terms of the sperm, what you can identify as a sperm fraction, and then separate that from epithelial, which is more like skin cells.
Sure. So we will do screening tests. Depending on our screening test, we may still do the differential extraction, even if it's negative for seminal fluid. And then moving on, we will do a differential extraction on a sample in attempts to separate any sperm DNA from non-sperm DNA.
Finally, the evidence was processed for DNA typing by capillary electrophoresis. Tell us about that.
So that's, again, saying evidence was processed for DNA typing by capillary electrophoresis using the Applied Biosystems Global Filer PCR amplification kit. That just says that items of evidence in this case were processed through the DNA workflow, and this is the type of testing that we use in our laboratory.
PCR testing.
Correct.
Can you give us a general version of what PCR testing involves?
Yes, PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction. This particular one's talking about amplification, which is a step of the DNA process where we make millions and millions of copies of the DNA. And then in that PCR process, this kit contains the areas of DNA that we're testing in our laboratory. So we don't test all their DNA. We target specific areas of the DNA. And that is just explaining the kit that we use and the process we use to get there.
So this amplification, you make millions of copies of DNA that you find, in order to be able to see it better?
So what that amplification does is it makes millions of copies, and therefore the next part, the capillary electrophoresis, it is separating the DNA based on its size. So in the end, we get a DNA profile, which is just a visual representation of the areas of DNA that we test.
So when you're able to get a profile, does that then aid you in the ability to compare what you do find to a known profile?
Yes, so we will examine all of our evidentiary profiles. We will determine if they are interpretable. It may be the whole profile is interpretable or just a portion of it. And then if it is interpretable, we will do the interpretation and then compare to any known reference samples submitted in the case. And what that allows us to do is to say whether a person that was profiled in the case could be included or possibly excluded as a contributor to a specific evidentiary profile that is developed.
Okay. And we might get back to that as it relates to your findings, but let's start with your findings here and the results of your examination. It starts with 9, which is noted in your description as a box containing 2 swabs from McKinley Louisma. What did you find when you examined the box containing 2 swabs from McKinley Louisma?
So it says DNA profiles were developed from the known buccal samples of McKinley Louisma. That is laboratory item number 9.
And then you also examined laboratory item number 29 and 30, which are indicated to be the Van Patten buccal swab and the Logan Kimpton buccal swab.
Correct. So DNA profiles were developed from the known buccal samples of Dakota Van Patten and Logan Kimpton as well.
So this gives you that known profile of these individuals to compare to your findings, right?
Yes, for those 3 individuals.
Now, the next thing you examined was lab number 15, which is a blood standard card taken at the time of the autopsy exam of Melody Hoffman. What did you find as a result of that?
A DNA profile was developed from the known blood sample of Melody Hoffman.
And so now you have a known sample of Melody to compare to your findings.
Correct.
Okay. So the next thing we have here is number 3, which is a box containing 2 swabs of the red stain from the trunk lid of the Honda. What did you find there?
Excuse me. Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from the Honda trunk lid. The DNA profile developed matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 21 non-million.
So this number, 1 out of 21 non-million, numbers like this appear a lot in your report. I don't think we're going to talk about each number, what it means, but for the first one, can you tell us the significance of less than 1 out of 21 non-million?
So that portion, that sentence about the statistic, what that does is it gives an estimate to the rarity of the profile. So it's just, in other words, you can kind of phrase it in other words, saying if I had 21 non-million grains of sand that are all different, I would only expect to find one particular grain of sand that I'm looking for one time. Out of all 21 non-million opportunities, I would only find it one time. So it's an estimate of how rare this profile is.
And so instead of sand, in this case, we're talking about individuals.
Correct.
So you would expect to find a similar DNA profile in less than 1 out of 21 non-million individuals.
Correct. So if there was a population of 21 non-million individuals, I would only expect to find this person one time. So in terms of comparing that to profiles, if we had 21 non-million profiles, I would only expect to find this one profile one time. And that profile was associated to Melody Hoffman.
And then just kind of touching on this number a little bit more here, do you know how many zeros are followed after 1 non-million?
1 non-million would be the number 1, followed by 30 zeros.
And obviously this exceeds the human population by a lot.
Yes, for reference, the world's population is approximately 8 billion.
Is that why in the same sentence you're able to put the DNA profile developed match the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman?
So the reason I can say it matches is that from the DNA profile that was developed from the evidentiary profile, the swabs from the Honda trunk lid, at each area of DNA that we tested, the DNA that was developed, the markers were the same at every location as they were in the known blood sample from Melody Hoffman. So each location, the DNA that was detected was similar in the known sample compared to that evidence profile.
And you'd only expect to see that same profile in less than 1 out of 21 non-million people?
Yes, in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 21 non-million.
So does this indicate a finding then that the blood on the swabs of the Honda trunk lid matched the DNA of Melody Hoffman?
I can say that screening indicated the presence of blood on those swabs, and the DNA profile that was developed matched the known blood sample of Melody Hoffman.
Okay, moving on to item number 4, which is identified as 2 sets of Ozark Trail gloves with red stains. Can you tell us about your testing of this item and the findings you made?
Item 4 contained 4 gloves. Screening indicated the presence of blood on 4 areas of glove 1. DNA testing was attempted on swabs from one of these areas. The DNA profile developed from the outside pointer finger area indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Okay, so let's talk about that finding here so we know what that means. First, you said that you identified the glove as glove 1, and then you called it item 4.1. So when we're talking about the first glove you examined, you gave it the name 4.1.
Yes.
And then on item 4.1, you found the presence of blood in 4 areas. Is that right?
Yes, screening was positive on 4 areas of glove 1 for blood.
And then we're looking at the outside pointer finger area as one of those areas, and that's called 4.11.
Yes.
4.1.1. And so in that area where screening indicated the presence of blood, you were able to identify a DNA profile.
Yes.
And that DNA profile matched that of Melody Hoffman.
It indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman.
So you found the presence of 2 individuals, and the major one, the one that had more DNA to be able to identify. Is that right?
Yes.
Matched Melody Hoffman. But the other one, you said the additional factors were insufficient. Tell us about that.
That just means that second person, I can say that there's 2 people contributing DNA to the profile that was developed. The second one, the minor contributor, there just was not enough DNA information present in that profile to draw any interpretations, and therefore I cannot compare to any known reference samples in the case.
So can you say as a result of that then that there was definitely the presence of somebody else's DNA there, but there just wasn't enough information gathered to be able to develop a profile that you can compare to a known person?
Yes.
Okay. The next finding says the DNA profile developed from the swabs from the inside of glove 1, 4.12 indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals. So first question, is this the same glove, 4.12, that you referred to in the previous findings there?
Yes, so glove 1 is identified as item 4.1. Item 4.1.1 was the swabs taken from the outside pointer finger area. The swabs identified as item 4.1.2 were swabs of the inside of that same glove, glove 1.
So a swab was taken at the inside of the glove, and then as a result of that, what did you find?
The DNA profile developed from those swabs indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Due to mixture complexity, no further interpretations will be made.
So you can say then on the inside of glove 4.1 that you found the presence of at least 3 different people's DNA, but because it was mixed and it was too complex, you can't make any other interpretations of it.
Correct.
Okay. So then the next finding says screening indicated the presence of blood on 4 areas of glove 2. So my question is, are we on to another glove now?
Correct. This would be what I identified as glove 2, so separate from glove 1.
And you did some DNA testing on, attempted some DNA testing on swabs from one of the areas of the 4 areas of glove 2 that indicated the presence of blood in screening.
Yes.
Okay. So then we see that your finding there. Can you tell us about that finding?
The DNA profile developed from the outside middle finger area indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
So on glove 2, on the outside middle finger area, you found the presence of blood. You determined that there was 2 people's DNA in that area, right?
Correct.
The major contributor, the one you could identify as Melody.
Correct. That profile matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman.
The second person, you didn't have enough information to make an identification.
Correct.
but there was definitely somebody else's DNA there.
Yes, that profile indicated a mixture of 2 individuals.
The last finding on this page was, I think that's the additional factors were insufficient to determine. That's what you're talking about, that you couldn't make an identification of the minor contributor.
Correct.
All right, we'll go on to page 3 here. And we're still, it looks like we're still talking about what we were talking about before as far as items, the gloves, but now we're moving on to the inside of that glove.
Yes, now we're on inside of glove 2.
Tell us about your findings from the inside of the glove.
The DNA profile developed from the swabs from the inside of glove 2 indicated a mixture of 3 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Dakota Van Patten. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 69 septillion. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profiles of the additional contributors.
Okay, so there was a swab that was taken from the inside of this glove 2. And was this the same glove where the testing on the outside middle finger indicated the presence of Melody Hoffman's DNA in an area that screened positive for blood?
Yes.
Okay. And the inside of that glove, then, the swab taken of there, you were able to find, was it 3 different individuals in there?
Yes, that profile indicated a mixture of 3 individuals.
The major contributor you were able to actually develop a profile of, and that matched the known profile of Dakota Van Patten.
Yes.
And we have a different number here, 1 out of 69 septillion, but that still exceeds the human population, right?
Yes.
So I don't think we need to go back into that. But, and then as far as the other 2 individuals' DNA found in the inside of the glove, you just didn't have enough information to make a profile comparison, but there's definitely 2 other people's DNA in there.
Yes, so there's a mixture of 3 individuals. That major contributor was determined, and then the rest of the DNA information I could not interpret and therefore can't do any comparisons.
So we have a 3rd glove.
Yes.
Okay, and you identify that as item 4.3.
Correct.
You did some DNA testing on some swabs of some areas on glove 3. Can you tell us about that DNA testing and the results?
The DNA profile developed from the outside ring finger area indicated a mixture of 3 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profiles of the additional contributors.
So we're on glove 3, we're on the outside ring finger area, and there's an area that screened positive for blood. And in that area, you were able to find the major contributor's DNA was Melody, right?
Yes.
And you have 2 other people's DNA in there, but you just don't have enough information to identify.
Correct.
Sometimes people think that if somebody touches something, that necessarily their DNA is going to end up on it and be able to be identified. Is that not always the case?
Not always.
Okay, why is that?
There's many factors that go into whether or not we can interpret a profile, and there's many factors that go into how much DNA may be on an item.
What are some of those factors?
Factors for the item itself could be that if an item has been laundered, if an item has been left in heat or humidity or sunlight, those are all things that can damage DNA. There are other factors too. And then even if somebody touches something, that doesn't always mean that you're going to leave behind detectable DNA. There also could be multiple people touching an item that can all convolute the profile that's developed from a particular area.
Is it uncommon in your experience as a DNA forensic examiner to be involved in a case where somebody may have even admitted to touching something, but you still can't find a DNA profile to compare to them?
I generally don't know the information whether or not somebody has admitted to touching something, so I can't say for sure, because generally I don't know that information.
Based upon your experience, is that a conceivable scenario?
It is possible that to know somebody has handled something, but we still may not detect an individual's DNA, even if it's known to have been used or touched by an individual.
Is that something you encountered in your training? Maybe an example of that?
Possibly, yes. We did do some samples that some people have handled, but we still can't interpret and associate a portion of a profile or a profile to somebody that we know has touched an item.
Essentially, then, is that a surprising finding to you that somebody may have touched something, even admitted to it, but you can't develop a DNA profile that's with enough information to do a comparison?
It certainly is possible.
Is that not surprising to you?
Not surprising.
Okay. So I think we left off on, let's see, the top here. Did we talk about the inside of the glove 3?
I don't believe so.
Okay, let's talk about that. So there's swabs from the inside of that glove 3. What did you find when you analyzed that?
The DNA profile developed from the swabs from the inside of glove 3 indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Due to mixture complexity, no further interpretations will be made.
So in essence, then, you've got 3 different individuals in there, but you didn't have enough information to develop a profile.
There was DNA information there, however, it's just too convoluted. I was not able to pull out specific contributors to that mixture.
So the next finding was no stains were noted on glove 4. So you looked at glove 4 and you just didn't find anything even to analyze.
I didn't see any stains that I would screen for the presence of blood, and therefore I did not do any DNA testing on that item.
Moving on to item number 5, which appears to be the pink shirt with red stains and duct tape from the trunk of the Honda. Can you tell us about your examination of that item?
So item 5 contained what I called 3 pieces of an apparent pink shirt with duct tape. No examinations were performed on the apparent hairs on the pieces of the shirt. Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on one area on one piece of the shirt. Screening indicated the presence of blood on 5 different areas of the same piece of the shirt. DNA testing was attempted on a cutting from the wrist cuff below the tape of that piece of shirt.
Okay, so now we have an item that you've described as 5.1.1. Is that the cutting from the wrist cuff below where the duct tape was on this pink shirt?
Yes, so I identified the 3 pieces of the shirt as items 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3. So item 5.1.1 is the cutting from the wrist cuff below the piece of tape on that first piece of the shirt.
In that first area, 5.1.1, what did you find?
The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals that was too weak and too complex for conclusive interpretation.
Okay, and we've talked about what that finding means, so we don't need to go back over that, I don't think. Let's go on to the next finding.
Screening indicated the presence of blood on 3 areas on a separate piece of the shirt. DNA testing was attempted on a cutting from the stained area above the tape, which was the apparent back armpit area. The DNA profile developed matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman.
So on this pink shirt, in this area that you've identified that you cut from, the second area, 5.2.1, that's where you were able to find the DNA profile of Melody Hoffman.
Yes, so this is from the second piece of the apparent shirt, a cutting from one of the stained areas on that piece of the shirt.
Let's go on to the next finding then. I think
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on one area of the remaining piece of the shirt. Screening indicated the presence of blood on 3 different areas of that same piece of the shirt. DNA testing was attempted on a cutting from the apparent outside back bottom.
okay. So that you're on the back of the shirt now where you cut this.
Yes, the apparent outside back bottom.
And you called this area 5.3.1.
Yes.
Okay, and what did you find there?
The DNA profile developed matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman.
Okay, so then moving on to page 4 of the report, and we're on item number 6 now, which is the hair stuck to the duct tape from the trunk of the Honda. What did you do with that item?
Item 6 contained duct tape with numerous apparent hairs. Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs taken from 2 areas of the duct tape. The DNA profile developed from the swab taken from a stained area on the smooth side of the tape indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor. The DNA profile developed from the swab from a stained area on the sticky side of a tape end indicated a mixture of 3 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profiles of the additional contributors.
So on this particular piece of duct tape with the numerous hairs, on the smooth side of the tape, you were able to identify as the major contributor Melody Hoffman's DNA, but not the other person's DNA on the smooth side.
Yes.
And then on the sticky side, there's 3 people, but you were only able to identify one as Melody because she was the major contributor.
Yes, it was a mixture of 3 individuals. The major profile or major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors detected were, it was insufficient for comparison.
Moving on to your examination of 5 hairs there. Tell us about that examination.
5 hairs were microscopically evaluated, and the root ends of all 5 of those hairs were found to be suitable for nuclear DNA testing. The 5 hairs were sampled for DNA analysis. The DNA profile developed from the cuttings of the root portions of those hairs matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman.
And so when you examined these hairs, then you found the presence of Melody's DNA within the root portions of the hair.
Yes, so I sampled the root portions of those 5 hairs, and the profile that was developed from those hair roots matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman.
Normally, are you able as a DNA forensic examiner to identify DNA from hair?
If a hair has a root attached to it, it is possible to develop a DNA profile.
Why is that?
The root portion of the hair contains DNA. Therefore, there's a chance if there is a root still attached that we can get a DNA profile.
And is it your understanding from your biology background that the root is the area of the hair that's connected to the scalp was the head?
Yes, that's the end that is closest to a scalp.
And so in order to examine that, not only would you have to have hair removed from the scalp, but the root area removed as well to examine it.
Correct.
Okay, so moving on to item number 7, and that's the 2 pieces of the paracord knotted together. Can you tell us about your findings there?
The DNA profile developed from the knot area and adjacent frayed end of the paracord indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Okay, so on this area of the paracord in the knot area in the adjacent frayed end, you found Melody's DNA to be the major contributor in that area, and the other person's DNA just couldn't identify.
Correct.
What's the next finding?
The DNA profile developed from the swabs of the shorter tail of the paracord indicated a mixture of 3 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profiles of the additional contributors.
So in this area, the shorter tail of the paracord, did you mark that as item 7.2?
Yes.
Okay. So again, the major contributor you were able to match to the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman.
Yes.
But in this area, we have the presence of 2 other individuals besides Melody Hoffman.
Yes, it indicated a mixture of 3 individuals, and the major was matched to Melody Hoffman. The additional factors were insufficient to determine the profiles of those other individuals.
And again, does that, to clarify, that's overall 3 distinct individuals?
Yes, that profile indicated a mixture of 3 individuals.
Your Honor, may I approach witness?
You may.
For identification purposes, I'll be handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 18. I think it's QQQ. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what does this contain to your knowledge?
That is the bag that contained the green paracord that was submitted for testing.
Item number 7 up here.
Correct, that has laboratory item number 7.
Carly, down here we have some taping and resealing that was done here. Is that something that you did?
Yes, I can see the evidence tape down here on the bottom edges. It has my date and my initials and dates on the evidence tape seal.
So this indicates that you accessed this and then resealed it?
So yes, I would have opened the item down on the bottom edges where my evidence tape seal is. Up on top, you can see the item, the days that I examined it, and then down on the bottom, you can see when I was finished with my examinations. This red evidence tape seal indicates the areas that I sealed the item up after completion of my testing.
Whose notes are these on here?
I can see on this particular item, I can see a yellow barcode up here on the top corner. It has the laboratory case and item number. Right underneath of that, I can identify my date, my initials and dates on there. And then there's also a brief item description of what is within the bag.
Okay, we're still on item number 7 here. We had talked about the second finding. I think we were down to screening did not indicate the presence of blood on swabs involving the long tails of the paracord. Can you tell us about that finding?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the swabs of the unstained portions of the long tails of the paracord. The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
So in the long tails of the paracord, you found a mixture of 2 individuals, but were only able to identify the major contributor, that being Melody.
Yes, that would be the unstained portions, the apparent unstained portions of those long tails of the paracord.
Okay, got it. Moving on to the next finding, I think we're still talking about the paracord. Can you talk about that?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on one area of the paracord. The DNA profile developed from the swabs of the stained portion of the paracord indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
So in this area where blood was found on the paracord, that's where you were able to identify 2 individuals, but the profile of the major contributor was Melody, the other one not able to identify.
Correct.
Okay, now we're moving on to number 8, which is a knife, pocket knife with red stains from the Honda, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your examination of that item?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on swabs of 2 areas of the knife. The DNA profile developed from a portion of the knife blade and the top edge of the handle indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
And this is an area that you marked as 8.1, that being the portion of the knife blade on and top edge of the handle.
Yes.
What was your next finding?
The DNA profile developed from the scalloped bottom and back edges of the knife handle indicated a mixture of 3 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profiles of the additional contributors.
So with respect to this knife that was the pocket knife with red stains from the Honda, the first area, 8.1, on the portion of the knife blade and top edge, you found 2 distinct individuals and were able to identify Melody.
Yes, it was a mixture of 2. The major contributor was associated to Melody Hoffman.
And then the second area that you identified as 8.2 is from the scalloped bottom and back edges of the knife handle.
Yes.
And that's where you found 3 distinct individuals.
Yes, that indicated a mixture of 3 individuals.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
And the witness must be marked as Stacy Exhibit 18, EPP. May I ask if you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is this?
This is laboratory item number 8. It has identification on there as pocket knife with red stains. I can see a laboratory yellow barcode with my initials and date that I examined, and I can also see on the bottom edge here a area where I read evidence tape sealed it after completion of my testing, which has also has my initials and date on there.
And is this described as pocket knife with red stains from compartment under radio and Honda?
That's what it says on there.
All right, moving on to item number 10, which is described as a paper fold containing fingernail scrapings from McKinley Louisma. What kind of testing did you do on that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the swabs of the fingernail scrapings and scraper end. The DNA factors detected were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
So no blood on the fingernail scrapings and no, not enough factors to develop a DNA profile.
There were factors present, but not enough for me to interpret that profile that was developed.
The next items that you examine are items 11 and 12, which are described as right fingernail clippings collected at the time of autopsy. That's 11. And left fingernail clippings collected at the time of autopsy. That's 12. And this is obviously of Melody Hoffman. What did you find there?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs of the right and left fingernail clippings and clipper ends. No DNA factors foreign to Melody Hoffman were detected in the profiles developed.
What's that mean?
So that just means all of the DNA information that was developed in the profile developed from the right fingernail clippings and clipper end, and also the profile from the left fingernail clipping and clipper ends. All the DNA that was detected, it was all associated back to Melody Hoffman. There was no DNA foreign to her detected in those profiles.
So in this instance, unlike some of the other findings, you didn't even find the presence of other individuals that you could identify.
Correct. The profiles developed from these 2 samples were single source. There was only 1 contributor detected.
The next item you examined was item number 13, lab item number 13, the sealed sexual assault kit bearing the name of Melody Hoffman, taken at the time of the autopsy exam. What did you find there?
Screening indicated the presence of blood, but did not indicate the presence of seminal fluid on the oral swabs. 1 spermatozoon was microscopically identified in the oral sample. No DNA factors foreign to Melody Hoffman were detected in the profile developed from the epithelial fraction of the oral sample. The DNA factors detected from the sperm fraction of the oral sample were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
So this indicates testing done on an oral swab of Melody Hoffman.
Yes.
And you were able to microscopically identify 1 spermatozoon. What's that mean?
That just means one singular sperm cell.
But it looks like even after you did that extraction process you talked about earlier that's in the report there, that you didn't have enough from that extraction to make an identification from the sperm fraction.
Yes, the DNA factors detected from the sperm fraction of the oral sample were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
And then from the epithelial fraction of that sample, Melody Hoffman's DNA was there, but there wasn't enough factors to identify anybody else.
The profile from the epithelial fraction of the oral sample was single source, only one contributor detected, and there was no DNA factors foreign to Melody Hoffman detected in that profile.
Let's go to your next finding. Screening indicated the presence of seminal fluid on the anal swabs. Can you talk about that?
Screening indicated the presence of seminal fluid on the anal swabs. However, no spermatozoa were microscopically observed in the anal sample. No DNA factors foreign to Melody Hoffman were detected in the profile developed from the epithelial fraction of the anal sample. No DNA profile was developed from the sperm fraction of the anal sample.
So then as a result of your analysis of the seminal fluid in the anal swab, then again, you didn't find a spermatozoa.
I did not find any spermatozoa in the anal sample.
But you still did the extraction process to look at the epithelial fraction of that?
Yes, I still did the differential extraction on the anal swabs.
So you're going to get an analysis of the epithelial fraction, but not a sperm fraction.
So I did the epithelial fraction. There was no factors foreign to Melody Hoffman detected. And then in that sperm fraction in the anal sample, there was no DNA profile developed. So there was no DNA factors detected in that profile.
And the final note here underneath the examination sexual assault kit, screening did not indicate the presence of seminal fluid on the vaginal swabs, and no spermatozoa were microscopically observed in the vaginal sample. Just what does that mean?
So my screening tests for seminal fluid were negative, and I did not identify any spermatozoa in the vaginal sample.
So nothing found on the vaginal sample.
As far as screening wise, the screening tests were negative, and I did not identify any sperm in that sample.
Are you able to tell from, well, I guess this continues on to the next page here. No DNA factors foreign to Melody Hoffman was detected in the epithelial, and again, DNA factors detected from the sperm fraction. So I guess explain that, because if you didn't have the presence of seminal fluid, then you still did an extraction process? Maybe I'm not reading that right.
So the screening tests were negative for seminal fluid on the vaginal sample. I still did the differential extraction procedure, and therefore I made a microscopic slide, and I did not identify any spermatozoa on the slide that was created, or the slide of the vaginal sample. The epithelial fraction profile, it was single source, and no DNA factors foreign to Melody Hoffman were detected from the epithelial fraction of that vaginal sample. And then that sperm fraction of the vaginal sample, there was factors detected, but they were just too weak. There's not enough information for me there to draw any conclusions from the DNA detected.
The final note here on item number 13, the sexual assault kit, says no examinations were performed on the known buccal or blood samples. So you had already gotten a DNA profile from the blood stains from the autopsy, right?
Yes, so within the sexual assault kit that was collected at autopsy, there was also buccal samples, or known buccal samples, and also a known blood sample. Separately, there was a laboratory item submitted with a different blood sample from Melody Hoffman. I simply just chose to take that blood sample as opposed to taking the ones that were in the sexual assault kit.
To be clear here, as we move on from the sexual assault kit examination, when it comes to detecting seminal fluid in these areas, is there any way for you as a DNA forensic analyzer to determine or conclude when those samples will be deposited?
No, based on our DNA testing, I can't say when DNA was deposited, nor can I say how DNA was deposited.
Moving on here, now we're on item number 14, which is the underwear of the victim. So Melody Hoffman's underwear. What kind of testing did you do on that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of seminal fluid on the swabs from the inside crotch area of the underwear. No DNA factors foreign to Melody Hoffman were detected in the profile developed, and I did not examine the apparent hairs that were present on the underwear.
Okay. Moving on to item number 16. So now we're on to a different set of items here. This is a swab from the unknown flaky yellow substance at Morgan Creek Park, which I think we've seen pictures of already in this trial. What kind of analysis did you do on that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the swabs taken from Morgan Creek Park, specifically laboratory item 16. The DNA profile developed from the unknown substance sample indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The partial profile of the major female contributor was determined. Further interpretation may be attempted if known DNA samples from potential sources are submitted. Melody Hoffman, McKinley Louisma, Dakota Van Patten, and Logan Kimpton were eliminated as the source of the DNA profile that was developed, and the additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
So for lab number items 16 through 19, which are the swabs from the flaky yellow substance at Morgan Creek Park, the dried fluid in the parking lot, the unknown amber substance north of the picnic table, and the swab of the unknown substance from the south of the picnic table. At least when it comes to the flaky substance, you eliminated all 4 of these individuals as a source of DNA.
Yes, those 4 individuals were eliminated as the source of the major female profile that was developed from the sample.
And then for the dried fluid on the parking lot, 17, and the unknown substance from the south of the picnic table, that's 19. For 17 and 19, you didn't find any DNA profile.
Correct. No DNA profiles were developed from the parking lot and south of picnic table samples.
And then for the unknown amber substance north of the picnic table, it looks like, and that's number 18, there's some DNA there, but you didn't have enough information to make an interpretation.
Correct.
Okay, so moving on to number 20, we're on to the clear frame glasses right now. Tell us about your analysis of the clear frame glasses.
The DNA profile developed from the swabs from the temple tips and nose pieces of the glasses indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The partial profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known DNA profile of Dakota Van Patten. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 2.6 septillion. The additional factor present was insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
So on these glasses, there's 2 people, but you had enough information from the partial profile to identify the major contributor as being consistent with Mr. Van Patten.
Yes.
And that's from the temple tips and nose piece of the glasses.
Yes.
But the other persons that you identified there just didn't have enough information for.
Correct.
Okay, moving on to item number 21, which is a pair of Nike gray shoes. Can you tell us about your analysis of that item?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 8 areas of the left shoe and 6 areas on the right shoe. No DNA testing was attempted on this item.
So you didn't have anything that was shown to indicate the presence of blood, so you didn't do any testing.
Correct.
Okay, so item number 22 then is the gray sweatpants. You said no examination was performed on that. Do you remember why that was?
I had spoken to Special Agent Kedley prior to processing the items in this case, and given the sheer number of items that were submitted, I asked if there was any way we could kind of slim down and kind of focus our testing at that time, and at that time he decided this was one of the items that did not need to be examined on the first round of DNA testing.
We also have forest green Under Armour sweatshirt, which is item number 23 here. Tell us about your examination of that item.
No stains were noted on the sweatshirt, and no DNA testing was attempted on that sweatshirt.
So nothing even to screen.
I did not find any areas suitable for screening.
Moving on to page 7. We're on item number 24, which is the pink Hey Dude shoes. Can you tell us about your analysis of that item?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 2 areas of the left shoe and 2 areas of the right shoe. Screening indicated the presence of blood on 1 area of the left shoe. The DNA factors detected from the swabs of the top toe box of the left shoe were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
So screening indicates blood present, but not enough information to make a conclusion.
Correct.
Moving on to item number 25, which is the black capri pants. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that another one where Special Agent Kelly said, we don't need to look at that?
Correct.
Just trying to save you some work because of all the...
Yes, there were numerous items submitted for the first round of testing.
Item number 26 is the multicolor cell phone case. Tell us about your examination of that.
The DNA profile developed from the swabs of the buttons on the side of the phone case indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals that was too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Okay. So I think we know from your testimony what that means there. Finally, number 28 is the black beanie. You didn't do an examination on that?
Correct. No exams were performed on that black beanie.
Okay, so I think we'll move on to the next report then. So this is report 3, and it contains a lot of the same information that we had you describe in the previous reports, so we're not going to go back over that. On this first page here, is there, again, a description of the date items were submitted to the laboratory, and then description of those items with lab and agency numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and scroll through that and get down to the explanation portion here. And so you begin doing some explanation here. In the first paragraph, you're asking the reader here to refer back to a previous examination. Just tell us about that.
It says see DNA Report 2 for the previous examinations of the known buccal samples of McKinley Louisma, Dakota Van Patten, and Logan Kimpton, and the known blood sample of Melody Hoffman.
Basically, if you want to know what an item number is, look back at report 2.
So yeah, that's just saying that the known DNA profiles of those individuals were previously developed and discussed in report number 2.
So let's go on to the body of the report then and the results of the examination on the next page, starting with item number 31, which you described on the first page as a white watch band with red stains. Can you tell us about the testing you did on that?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs taken from the stained portions and the apparent unstained portions of the watch bands. The DNA profile developed from the stained portions sample indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Melody Hoffman. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor. The DNA profile developed from the apparent unstained portions sample indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals that was too weak for conclusive interpretation.
So with regard to the watch band here, the major contributor of the DNA was identified as Melody Hoffman, but the other person, you didn't have enough information to make a conclusion.
Yes, for the sample taken from the stained portions of the watch band.
The next item that you examined was lab number 32, which is a white-handled knife. Can you tell us about your examination there?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the swabs taken from one side of the knife blade. No DNA profile was developed.
So you didn't find blood, and therefore you didn't have an ability to find DNA from blood, but you found no DNA.
So the screening test was negative. The screening tests were negative for blood. I still attempted to do did DNA testing on that item. However, no DNA profile was developed from that sample.
The next item is lab number 33, agency number 19. It's a machete and black sheath. Can you tell us about the testing there?
Item 33 contained a machete within a sheath. Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on one side of the machete blade and teeth. The DNA factors detected were too weak for conclusive interpretation. The DNA profile developed from the swabs taken from the rough areas of the machete handle indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals that was too weak for conclusive interpretation. Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the swabs taken from the inside top opening of the sheath. No DNA testing was attempted on those swabs, and no examinations were performed on the apparent hairs on the sheath.
So with item 33 here, you weren't able to make a DNA profile match or comparison.
From the profiles that were developed, I was not able to interpret any portion of those profiles and therefore cannot do any comparison to known samples.
The next item is item number 34, law enforcement number 25, also machete and black sheath. Can you tell us about your examination of that item?
Item 34 contained a machete within a sheath. Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the swabs taken from the top and bottom edges of the machete blade. The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Logan Kimpton. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 29 nonillion. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Okay, so that was your first finding there, that in the area of the top and bottom edges of the machete blade, you were able to develop a profile 34.1 with a major contributor of Logan Kimpton.
Yes, the major was associated to Logan Kimpton.
And what's your second finding?
The DNA profile developed from the swabs taken from the rough areas of the machete handle indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Logan Kimpton. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
And then what's your final finding?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the swabs taken from the inside top opening of the sheath. No DNA testing was attempted on those swabs.
Okay. We're on to item number 35 here, which is black gloves with stains. Can you tell us about your testing on that?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on 3 areas of the gloves. DNA testing was attempted on 2 of these areas. The DNA profile developed from a cutting from the palm of the left glove indicated a mixture of at least 4 individuals. Due to mixture complexity, no further interpretations will be made. The DNA profile developed from the swabs taken from the top side of the right glove indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals that was too weak for conclusive interpretation. The DNA profile developed from the swabs taken from the inside of both gloves indicated a mixture of at least 4 individuals. Due to mixture complexity, no further interpretations will be made, and no examinations were performed on the apparent hairs on the gloves.
Item number 36 contained a machete within a sheath. Can you tell us about your testing of that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the swabs taken from the top and bottom edges of the machete blade. The DNA factors detected were too weak for conclusive interpretation. The DNA profile developed from the swabs taken from the rough areas of the machete handle indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor matched the known DNA profile of Logan Kimpton. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor. Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the swabs taken from the inside top opening of the sheath. No DNA testing was attempted on those swabs.
Item number 37 is identified as Van Patten's clothing from February 19th. That contained one long sleeve shirt, one pair of pants. What did you find when you examined that?
Item 37 contained a long sleeve shirt and one pair of pants. No stains were noted on the shirt or the pants, and no DNA testing was attempted on those items.
And finally, you tested lab number 38, agency number 58, described as a used roll of duct tape. Tell us about your testing of that item.
Screening indicated the presence of blood on swabs taken from 2 areas of the duct tape roll. DNA testing was attempted on one of these areas. The DNA profile developed from the inside ring of the tape roll indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. Melody Hoffman and Dakota Van Patten were included as contributors to this mixture. The probability of finding a contributor to this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 750 billion. Statistics were applied at 19 loci.
So this item, lab number 38, then, that's described as the used roll of duct tape. You found the presence of blood through screening on 2 areas of that roll?
Yes.
And did your testing on one of those areas?
Yes.
And that was on the inside ring of the tape roll, so not the tape itself, but inside the tape roll.
Correct. It was like the inside, kind of like cardboardy material on the inside of a duct tape roll. There was a stained area on the inside of there that I swabbed, and the profile that was developed is identified as 38.1.
And that, again, that's an area that had in the screen positive for blood.
Yes, screening did indicate the presence of blood on that area.
And then there were 2 individuals there, one Melody Hoffman, the other one Dakota Van Patten, were included as contributors.
Yes.
Okay, I think we're done with this for now.
Council, we're at 3 o'clock, so why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon break.
Okay.
So we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Jurors, please remember the admonition. Have a good break. All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477. Agent Schneider, you're still under oath, and Mr. Maybanks, you can continue your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Carly, in your education, training, experience, and background, have you found or learned that some people have a tendency to shed or leave behind more DNA or more easily profiled DNA than others?
Yes.
Can you explain that phenomenon, for lack of a better term?
So there is a phenomenon called somebody's shedder status. And essentially that is the propensity of somebody to just inherently leave behind DNA by a simple touch. So some people more readily than others, if by simply touching a surface, will deposit more DNA than others.
Is there anything that's been identified in the literature or otherwise that would contribute to that?
There are many variations or many ways people can go through that. It is in the literature too that people's shedder status can change over time. So it is not something that is permanent. You know, one person is a high shedder for their whole life. It can vary depending on many different things.
When you have an object that after you test it, you're able to develop a DNA profile suitable for comparison and actually make a comparison to a known profile, but that sample contains other individuals on it, like in this case, right? Okay, and
So-
I'm not done with my question yet.
Okay. Okay.
Are you with me so far?
Sure.
Okay, so in that situation, are you able to tell in your education, training, experience whether the person whose profile is identified touched or handled an object more than the other people who weren't identified?
No, I can't say based on the profile that's developed how that DNA was deposited or the manner of which that DNA was deposited.
So can you scientifically say that because you had enough DNA to make a profile for one individual but not another, that one with the profile had to have been the person who handled it the most or did the most with it?
Not necessarily. It can be, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they handled that item the most.
And along those same lines, when you have the presence of DNA on an object but not enough information to develop a profile like we saw in several of these items in your report, are you able then to eliminate a known profile as a contributor?
No, in the instance, if we cannot draw any interpretations or conclusions from a profile that's developed, I cannot include or exclude anybody as being a contributor to that profile or the portion of the profile that I cannot interpret.
So for example, when you have an item in this case like we saw that has 3 individuals on it, and you're able to identify one person, you know there's a third individual, you're not able to affirmatively say it's not a person with a known profile.
Correct. If there's a portion of the profile that's too weak, I cannot say for certain somebody is included, and I can't say for certain somebody is excluded.
It's just a matter of having enough information to be able to make a comparison on scientific standards.
Correct. If there is not enough information to interpret, therefore, I cannot go on to the next step of comparing known profiles to something that is too weak or too complex.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
Cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Schneider.
Good afternoon.
By my quick count, you analyzed probably over 30 items. Does that sound right?
Possibly, I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but there were several items submitted that I examined.
And of all the items and all the locations on the specific items, the only match you found from my client McKinley was item 9 on your report 2, which was the swab that he provided, correct?
So there was a known DNA profile developed from the buccal swab from Mr. Louisma that he provided. However, out of all the evidentiary profiles that were developed in this case, none of the interpretable portions of the profiles or the interpretable profiles were associated back to Mr. Louisma.
In other words, you can only include and say that you found McKinley Louisma's DNA on the known buccal swab that he provided.
Yes, his DNA was present on his buccal swab. However, again, from all of the
Objection, non-responsive. The witness is answered.
Sustained.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Would you like to further explain that answer?
I was just going to say that his DNA was present on the buccal swab that he provided. However, the evidentiary samples of the profiles that were able to be interpreted, or the portions that could be interpreted, none of them were associated back to Mr. Louisma.
Are you able to affirmatively exclude Mr. Louisma as being the minor contributor that you did not develop a profile from on any of these objects?
If from the minor profiles that were too weak to be determined, I cannot specifically include or exclude any person as being a contributor to those portions of profiles.
Does that include the ones where there was mixtures as well?
So if there was a mixture, if a portion of it was associated to an individual, Mr. Louisma would be eliminated as being that contributor. However, the rest of the profile that was too weak or too complex, I cannot include or exclude Mr. Louisma as being a contributor to that profile or portion of profile.
Thank you. Nothing further, Carly. I think you can make it home.
Cross.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The state can call its next witness.
State calls Kelsey Gomat, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If you would please start by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Kelsey Gomat, K-E-L-S-E-Y, last name G-O-E-M-A-A-T.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Gomat, can you tell us first how you're employed?
I'm employed with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations Criminalistics Laboratory.
And what are you employed there as? What's your role there?
My primary position is in drug chemistry, drug identification, and my secondary role is in crime scene response.
How long have you been employed by the Iowa DCI laboratory?
I'm coming up on 11 years in January.
In that 11 years, have you been employed in the same role, being the drug chemistry and the crime scene stuff?
Yes, the crime scene for about 9 years.
Drug chemistry the entire time?
Yes.
Have you held any other positions or roles or specialized in any other disciplines while at the DCI?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. So my bachelor's is in chemistry with a minor in criminal justice, and I have a master's in forensic science, emphasizing in drug chemistry, crime scene investigations, and digital forensics.
And what year did you get your bachelor's degree?
I completed my bachelor's degree in 2011,
And what about your master's degree?
2013.
And have you been employed with the DCI lab since graduation?
Yes, I started this job in January of 2014.
Can you tell us, and I don't need you to go through everything, but when you discuss having a master's in forensics and working for the DCI lab, can you tell us about some of your most relevant training that you've had outside of just your collegiate degrees that qualify you for that position?
Yes, so for crime scene specifically, we undergo a 40-hour basic crime scene school and then a 40-hour advanced crime scene school. Plus we have monthly in-house meetings and in-house trainings usually 4 to 6 times a year.
To stay qualified in the discipline, and I'm going to focus just basically on the crime scene stuff, to stay qualified in that position, are there a certain number of hours that you have to take of continuing education that keeps you up to standard?
I don't. If someone had like a certification for their position, then they would, but we don't. We are not required to have certification. We're just required to have ongoing training through the laboratory.
Did you provide a statement of your qualifications to the county attorney's office?
I did.
And can you just explain to us briefly what a statement of qualifications is?
It's effectively a CV, so it just states our name, educational background, trainings that we attend, any trainings that we give, anytime we go to court, anything associated with our job and our career.
Your Honor, can I show the witness what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 18000? Do you see the document up there?
Yes,
And is that your SOQ?
it is.
Is it up to date?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers 18000.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 18000 is admitted.
And Ms. Gomat, if the jury later wanted to review all of your trainings and educational backgrounds and professional affiliations, would that be a place in that statement of qualifications where that could be found?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working in your capacity as a criminalist with the DCI lab in February of 2024, specifically the 17th and the 18th?
Yes.
And did you become involved in the investigation or in an investigation involving a blue Honda Accord that belonged to McKinley Louisma?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you became involved in this investigation?
Yes, so I was on call with my partner, Abigail Jones, for that week, and I received a call from Special Agent in Charge, Joe Lacina, and he asked us to come assist with the car processing.
You say you were on call with your partner. Generally, when you become involved in crime scene processing and investigations, do you do that in a partner capacity?
Yes, there's always 2 of us on call for a week at a time.
And to get contacted by the special agent in charge of an investigation, is that pretty standard how your agency becomes involved?
Yes, usually by the special agent in charge, the special agent that is the case agent for that case, or sometimes they'll go through our supervisor of crime scene.
So once you get this call, you get assigned, what do you two do at that point?
So if we're at the lab or at home, either way, we're going to change into our crime scene uniforms, make sure that the vehicle we're going to use is equipped with what we'll need for that scene based on what we know, and then head out within the hour.
And so you're leaving from Polk County area and coming to Lynn County at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you got here, did you then go directly to, well, where did you go directly?
We headed to the Marion PD department.
And do you, that sounded good to me. Do you recall the specific date that you got to MPD?
Yes, we were called on February 19th, 2024.
And once you got there, who'd you meet with?
We met with Special Agent,
Kedley?
yes, thank you.
Okay. And what's the purpose of meeting with the special agent that's there?
So usually we only have a small bit of information when we arrive. We just know generally what we're going to be dealing with. So essentially we're going to be briefed on any information if they know, anything that's going to be relevant for us in processing the scene.
And what information were you provided prior to beginning the process of that vehicle?
So we were told that Melody Hoffman had been found deceased in Iowa County, and they had found a blue Honda Accord that they had seized, and they believed it was associated with the death investigation, and they asked us to process it for any potential evidence.
Why is it important to you to be briefed prior to you processing a scene or a vehicle or whatever the case may be?
Sure. So we're briefed so that we know what we can and cannot take, if based on a search warrant, or specifically things we might be looking for, like a phone or a specific clothing item, that kind of thing we need to know ahead of time.
And so when you get involved with processing a crime scene or processing specific pieces of evidence, do you generally document that procedure in a report?
Yes, so during the entire time we are at the crime scene, we're taking notes and sketches and photographs to document what we're doing.
And if I could, please, Your Honor, show this witness what's been marked as 18A. Is that up there for you?
Yes,
Do you recognize the document?
I do.
And would you agree that this is a 3-page document?
Yes.
And generally, what is this document of?
So this is the report we write based on our notes and documentation from the scene.
And is this titled 2024-04457 Report 1?
Yes.
That number that I read, can you tell us what that number indicates?
That is the DCI case number that is assigned to this case.
Which may be different from the investigating agency's case number.
Yes, so DCI crime scene and then any associated lab reports would all be the same case number.
Having had an opportunity, well, Your Honor, at this time the state would offer 18A.
Any objection to 18A?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 18A is admitted.
Generally, when the crime scene team comes out from DCI and processes, in this case, a vehicle, is there a standard protocol or procedure that's used in searching this type of evidence?
Yes, we have a general one that we follow.
And what's that look like?
So it's pretty much saying that we're going to, once we arrive at a scene, in this case a car, we're going to usually do an initial walkthrough to determine, what we need to do, and then we're going to start with our overall photographs, start placing placards or numbers if appropriate, and get our sketching and documenting started, and then start collecting evidence.
So after you were briefed by Special Agent Kedley, were you then taken to this vehicle?
Yes.
And where was it located?
It was in the Marion Police Department's garage bay downstairs.
Was that a secure area?
They had the crime scene tape around the car, and they had disabled the garage door so they couldn't be opened.
When you found or came into contact with this vehicle, can you describe for us its general condition?
So it looked to be in working order, a little dusty maybe. All the doors were cracked open, but we knew that ahead of time that the agents had done a quick look through without removing anything, and that was the condition we found it in.
And after you did this overall viewing of the vehicle, did you yourself and your partner begin to photograph the vehicle?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos, what have been previously marked as States Exhibits 18B through 18NNN. with the exclusion of 18GGG, I missed that one. So if you'll glance at these for me just quickly. Do you recognize the photos that are contained in those exhibits?
Yes.
And are those the photographs that were taken during the execution of the search warrant on McKinley Louisma's vehicle?
Yes.
And do they capture the evidence that was found by yourself and your partner in that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers 18A through 18NN with the exception of 18GGG.
You already offered 18A, and that was already received.
Correct.
But offering 18B through 18NNN, is that correct?
Yes, with the exclusion of 18GGG.
Any objection to exhibits 18B through 18NNN with the exclusion of 18GGG?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 18B through 18NNN with the exclusion of 18GGG are admitted.
And may I have permission to publish exhibits, Your Honor?
You may. Just please identify what you're publishing as you publish them.
Absolutely. Ms. Gomet, starting first with State's Exhibit 18A, is this the lab report that we earlier referenced?
Yes.
And in this report, at the top right, do you see your lab case number and report number 1?
Yes.
Whether you're the analyst who writes all of the reports or not, once they're associated with this specific lab case number, do the subsequent reports then become report 2, report 3, so on?
Yes.
Okay. And so after the identifying information in the top third of the page, we get to the grid of your report under your crime scene report. Can you tell us what items specifically are included that were submitted at the DCI lab that were collected or contained as a part of your processing of this vehicle? As far as lab number 1, what was submitted?
So lab number 1 was the crime scene images, so the photographs we took.
And what about number 2?
We copy those photographs onto a CD or a DVD disc, so that is what that, and that becomes a second item of evidence.
And lab number 3?
We took 2 swabs from a red stain on the trunk lid of the Honda.
And lab number 4?
2 sets of Ozark Trail gloves with red stains on 2 of them.
And number 5?
It was a torn pink shirt with red stains, and there was duct tape wrapped on part of it.
And number 6?
There is duct tape, like a chunk of duct tape with hair stuck in the middle of it.
And what about number 7?
A green paracord from the trunk.
And 8?
A pocket knife with red stains from the front of the vehicle, the front seat area.
And number 9?
We had 2 buccal swabs from Mr. Louisma. They were for known samples for DNA processing.
Can you tell us if there were items that, well, let me ask that better. Were there items collected during this search from the interior of the vehicle, the exterior of the vehicle, the trunk of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so specifically as it relates to the interior passenger compartment of the vehicle, were there items of evidentiary value found in that area?
Yes, we collected a few items from the inside of the vehicle, not all of which were submitted at that time. Do you want me to list them?
If you could, and if it, I can scroll to that too for you to give you some assistance, but can you tell us what items were collected from the interior of the vehicle?
So on the report where it says the following items were collected from the front seat area, We collected a vehicle registration insurance card from the glove box with McKinley Louisma's name, a receipt for an OT machete from the driver door, a black wallet and contents, including a driver's license for Mr. Louisma, a roll of duct tape with red staining on the inside from the compartment under the radio. Also in that same area, we found a pocket knife with red stains, and then between this driver's seat and the center console, we found a machete still in a black sheath.
And did you also search the trunk area of the vehicle?
We did.
Can you tell us what items you collected from the trunk of this vehicle?
Yes, so we pulled everything out of the trunk and photographed everything, and the items we ended up keeping are listed on the report here. A panda pillow with red stains, a gray plastic bag with red stains, a red hoodie with staining on the bottom, a blue-green plastic bag containing all of the following items: pink shoes, the black capri pants, a pink shirt with red stains and duct tape, the duct tape with the hair stuck to it, 2 sets of Ozark Trail rubber gloves, 2 of which had red stains on them, a pair of black gloves with stains, a pair of white socks with stains, 2 Ozark Trail brand machete packaging, or the boxes, a multicolored phone case, a green paracord, a piece of a green paracord, 4 receipts that listed purchase of a machete and the rubber gloves, and 2 cardboard tags for the Ozark Trail rubber gloves, and a white watch band with red stains.
Prior to coming into court today, Ms. Gomet, did you have an opportunity to go back over this report, look at it, review it?
Yes.
And after having had an opportunity to go back over it, look at it, and review it, was there anything within the report that you found needed to be changed or amended?
Yes, if you see right under notification and briefing, I noticed today that it said February 19th of 2023, that it should be 2024.
Okay. So other than using 2023 instead of 2024, were the contents of this report accurately reflecting your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. There are several places in the descriptions of the items collected that you note red stains. Did you form, when you saw these red stains, any preliminary opinions as to what those red stains were?
I mean, based on my education experience, it would probably be blood, but we cannot call it blood until we would have done presumptive testing, which we won't do on everything.
So you see these red marks based on your training experience. You say, hey, I think that's blood, and then there are presumptive tests. Can you explain to us generally what a presumptive test is?
So a presumptive test is basically like a color test. It's going to change color in the presence of blood. So we do, for crime scene purposes, we have 2 different color tests or presumptive tests that we use for that purpose.
And were presumptive tests done on these areas where you noted or observed the red stains?
On a few of the items that the staining looked a little different and we weren't quite sure. So we did the presumptive testing to know if we should collect the item.
And which of those 2 presumptive tests did you do?
Both.
And when you say you do them both, if there's an area that you want to perform presumptive testing on, do you complete both tests per area?
Correct.
Can you describe to us how those tests are conducted?
Yes. So the first test is phenolphthalein test, and the second test is a tetramethylbenzidine test, also known as TMB. Those are 2 separate tests that we do. So you'll have, first we're going to make sure our reagents are working by doing a known blood sample, and we're going to swab that. and also a negative to make sure that the colors are turning correct or not turning on the negative sample. And then we will swab the area of interest with 2 swabs. On one swab, we're going to put a drop of the phenolphthalein solution, and on the other swab, we'll put a drop of the TMB solution. Then both swabs will get a drop of hydrogen peroxide, which activates the test essentially. The phenolphthalein will turn pink in the presence of blood, and the TMB will turn blue in the presence of blood. On the report, I listed that 3 of items that we presumptively tested positive for blood, and 1 item tested negative for blood.
When you perform these tests, are these presumptive tests designed to detect all blood or just human blood?
These are not human specific.
Okay. But they are presumptive enough to say, hey, this red stain is some form of blood.
Correct.
Okay. After searching the interior of the passenger's compartment and locating items in the trunk, was there any evidence on the exterior of the vehicle that you discovered that was important to you?
We discovered a red stain on the trunk lid of the Honda on the outside.
And did you believe that that red stain on the outside of the trunk lid was blood?
It appeared to be blood.
Was there a presumptive test conducted on that stain?
Yes.
And what was the result of the presumptive testing?
It tested positive.
I'm publishing at this time what's been admitted as 18B. Do you recognize what we're seeing in this photograph?
Yes, this is the blue Honda Accord.
And when you say the blue Honda Accord, this is the Honda Accord that was in the garage at the Marion Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. This is the vehicle that you and your partner searched?
Correct.
Can you tell us in 18C what we're looking at in this photo?
So these are our overall photos. So we'll take a photograph of each area of the vehicle before we start doing anything closer up.
And these overall photographs, are they taken prior to anything being moved or searched through?
Correct.
So this would be the condition of the vehicle at the time that you open the door and see what's there?
Yes.
And just to make the record clear, from this vantage point, what part of the vehicle are we looking into?
This is the front driver's seat area.
With the front driver's door open?
Correct.
In 18D, tell us what we're seeing in this photograph.
This is a view of the front driver's seat and the center console area.
And in 18E?
That is the rear driver's seat area with the door open.
(18F), what are we seeing here?
The back seat of the vehicle.
While we're looking at this photograph, can you tell us what, if anything, is on the headrest of the driver's seat?
I believe those were hats.
Like stocking caps?
Yes.
And 18G?
That is the front passenger seat area with the door open.
18H?
Still the front passenger seat, but now you can see the center console area.
When you start to take overall photos of the interior of this vehicle, are you also looking for items of evidentiary value at this point in your processing?
Yes, we might notice a few things that are obvious.
Did you notice any blood on the inside of the vehicle?
There was a little bit in there. Didn't notice it during the overalls photos, though.
But saw blood on the interior later?
Mostly in the center console area where we found a few items.
Anything specific in the back seat of this vehicle as it related to bodily fluids, specifically blood?
No.
Nothing, no droplets, no heavy saturation, nothing of that?
No, nothing was noticed like that.
Showing you 18I, can you tell us what 18I depicts?
That is the vehicle registration that we found in the glove box.
And so now are we at the part of the processing of the vehicle where things are starting to be gone through?
Yes.
On this vehicle registration, and let me know if you need me to zoom in, but can you tell us or can you see from there what the year, make, and model of this vehicle is?
It's a 2007 Honda Accord.
Color?
Blue.
And who is the registered owner of this vehicle?
McKinley Louisma.
Looking next at 18J, can you tell us what part of the vehicle we're seeing in this photograph?
That should be the trunk.
And what specifically in 18J is the focal point of this photo?
The red staining on the exterior area of it.
And is this the red staining that you believed to be blood?
Yes.
That you performed the presumptive tests on?
Yes.
And this stain specifically, those presumptive tests proved to be blood?
Yes.
Presumptively?
Presumptive tested positive.
18K, tell me what we're seeing here.
So after the overalls, we'll start putting identifiers on specific pieces of evidence. So we put a sticker A with a scale on that red stain.
And so the spot under your label A, is that or would that have been the focal point where that blood stain was at?
Yes.
Do you then move back in with photographs?
Yes.
And is that what we're seeing in 18L?
Yes.
That same blood stain just now marked with a ruler and an evidence tag?
Yes.
Can you tell us generally what the purpose is of placing rulers next to items of evidence?
Specific items need a scale to show the size of that evidence, especially if you're not taking the full piece of it back. So since that was going to be swabbed, we were going to show how big that spot was on the car.
And when looking at photographs later, not at the crime scene, do those scales help give perspective on the size of the item?
Yes.
And just to be clear, the scale that's above the blood stain in 18L, the numbers, are those in centimeters?
Yes.
18M, tell us what we're seeing in this photograph.
This is I think one of the first pictures of the trunk after we opened it.
And so when you opened or popped the trunk on this vehicle, this is the condition of the contents that you found?
Yes.
As you found them?
Yes.
In 18N, tell us what's happening in this photograph.
So this is a photo of the contents of this blue-green bag that we recovered from the trunk, and this is just the items dumped out. We haven't spread anything out yet.
And I think I've been referring to the color as mint, so if I say mint, that's what I'm talking about. But the mint bag seen in 18M on the left side of that trunk, driver's side of the trunk, that has now been taken out of the trunk?
Yes.
Tell me about these big strips of floor covering that are down. What are those used for?
That's a roll of white paper that we bring with us to protect the evidence from just being directly on the garage floor.
Does it help the evidence not be contaminated?
Yes.
Okay. And in the bottom left-hand corner of the lowest strip of that white paper, there's some words.
So we wrote the location that these items were coming from in the photo for reference.
And when you say we, those words are something that are written there by you and or your partner.
Correct.
What's the purpose of writing the words on that protective paper?
Just so when we're reviewing our photos, we can recall where those items came from since they're being removed from the original location.
In this bottom left-hand corner, would you agree that it says Ford Accord?
Yes, we actually corrected that in later photos.
Okay. Once the items from this mint green bag are dumped out onto this piece of paper, are they then gone through, separated, photographed?
Yes, so we'll spread them out and take close-up photographs of each item.
And is that what we're starting to see in 18O?
Yes, I still think it's just a closer photo of the items before separated.
So these, in this photograph, the items are still bunched together as they came out of the bag?
Yes.
Are there any, and there's a laser pointer up there if it would be helpful. It only works on the big screen, not on the televisions. But can you point out some of the items that we expect to see spread out later and identify what those are?
The green paracord, phone case. This is the pink shirt that had duct tape and red staining on it.
Okay.
Packaging from the gloves and the machetes, and you can see the rubber gloves here.
Moving to 18P, tell us what we're seeing in this photograph.
So now we've spread all the items out so we can better visualize them for the photographs.
On the left side of the screen, this pink object, what is this?
That is a pink shirt with the duct tape, and you can see red staining on parts of it.
Is that pink shirt in two pieces?
Yes, I believe so.
And can you recall, and if you can't, that's fine, but can you recall where that shirt was cut to turn it into two pieces?
I don't remember if it was down the sides or the back.
Nevertheless, it was definitely one shirt in two pieces.
Yes.
And it may be easier to show us in later photos, but the places on this shirt where you're observing the duct tape, what part of the shirt is that, or are those?
Appears to be the sleeves, the arm sleeves.
And down here, still the same paracord,
Yes.
multiple pairs of gloves.
Yes.
When we get to 18Q, tell us what we're seeing in this photograph.
So this is just a closer up image of the pink shirt. You can see this red staining a little bit better, and then you can see the duct tape there with the hair.
Will you point out in the top portion of the shirt if you see red staining that you believed to have been blood?
I believe there is some around this area, and there might have been some small amounts right here.
And what about the bottom portion of that shirt?
Most of the red staining was probably in that area that I recall.
And as we're starting to get zoomed in closer, can you identify this item that is below the 2 water bottles?
That is the pieces of a watch, the strap of a watch.
And to the left of the leftmost water bottle, what is this item?
That's a cluster of duct tape with hair attached to the sticky parts.
And in 18R, are we starting to zoom in some more?
Yes.
Out of the 2 portions of the shirt that were found in that mint green bag, is this in 18R the bottom, what was laid out on the bottom?
Yes.
And in this photo, can you still see a portion at least of the cluster of duct tape that contained hair?
Yes.
And the portion of the sleeve that's covered in blood and wrapped in duct tape?
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge of the results of the DNA analysis that was done on the hair that was in this duct tape?
I do not know all of the conclusions that they made, no.
18S, tell us what our focal point in this photo is.
So this is just another close-up view of the duct tape around one of the sleeves with the red stains.
And 18T?
Even closer view.
Would you agree in looking at these photographs, specifically 18T, that not only was the shirt cut in half or cut into 2 pieces, but that there are several abnormalities or defects found in the shirt?
Yes.
Does it look like chunks of the shirt are missing in some places?
Yeah, ripped or missing.
Was this duct tape also cut through?
It appears so. I don't recall specifically.
What is the focal point of 18U?
So this is the duct tape with the hair stuck to it.
Still seeing some of the pink shirt?
Yes.
V, what are we focused on in this photo?
The top part of the pink shirt.
And in 18W?
The top part of the pink shirt focused on the sleeve where the duct tape is.
And so, would you agree both sleeves on this shirt had remnants, for lack of a better word, of duct tape on them?
Yes.
Did it appear to you, or did you form any opinions as to whether or not at some point both of those sleeves were duct taped together?
I wouldn't be able to say.
Tell us what we're seeing in 18X.
This was a pair of white socks and a multicolored phone case.
Is there hair on the socks as well?
Yes.
In this photograph to the left of the socks, what was this?
think it was just debris, like a leaf or something,
Like something that'd be scooped up off the ground?
possibly.
And in 18Y, before I get to the obvious parts, there's lots of little dark things around these items and on these items. Would you agree that that is also some sort of debris or grass, leaves,
Yes.
things of that nature? What's the main focal point of 18Y?
The white watch strap.
And on this white watch band or watch strap, can you show us where you believed you saw red staining?
On the bottom part of this portion, and then, I mean, most of this one, and you can see it's ripped there too.
Where's the rip?
Where the loop is.
Was this watch band one of the items that you performed a presumptive test on?
No. It was collected though.
When you saw the red staining on this watch band, did you form an opinion as to whether or not you believed those red stains to be from blood?
They seemed consistent with blood.
$18Z, what are we seeing in this photograph?
So the main focal point is the green paracord, and then you can see 4 different receipts below that.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Can I have the light back, please? Showing you what's been previously marked as 18QQQ. Do you recognize this brown bag?
Yes, this was our original bag that we collected the green paracord in.
What about looking at that bag allows you to be able to identify what it is?
Well, when we would have collected it, it wouldn't have had any of this item or evidence on it. It has the case number we have on there, and then the date and initials that we collected and what we collected.
And what specifically was written in the description of what's on the inside of that bag?
We described it as green paracord from the blue-green bag from the trunk of Honda.
And when you collect a piece of evidence, do you then seal the evidence bag that it's in?
It is sealed at some point, not necessarily right away, because sometimes we need to look into it again to make sure what we have in the bag.
And where did you seal this bag?
This was sealed, I believe, back at the laboratory when we were finalizing all of our evidence.
Poor question. Which part of the bag did you place your seal?
The original seal was right here on the back.
Is it typical that if someone wants to enter an evidence bag after it's originally been sealed closed, that they will find a different part of the bag to cut?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that?
Our purpose is to try not to cut through an existing seal so that that remains intact and you can see the date and initials of who sealed it at that time.
State offers 18QQQ, Your Honor.
Any objection to Exhibit 18QQQ?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 18QQQ is admitted.
And as 18Q is right now, is it in a sealed condition?
Yes.
And I believe there's a pair of scissors up there. Would you mind opening 18Q so that we can see its contents?
Yes. You want me to pull it out?
Please.
These are from DNA analysis.
And can you spread that out so we can see?
One piece here. This piece.
Thank you. And just to remind us, you can put that back. The yellow lab sticker that's on the front of that brown paper sack, can you remind us what lab number that was?
Yes. So when it's submitted to the laboratory, it gets a laboratory case number and a barcode to track it throughout the lab for chain of custody purposes.
In 18Z, are there also receipts found that were contained within that mint green bag?
Yes.
And does 18AA zoom in on some of those receipts?
Yes.
Starting with the receipt furthest to the right, or my right, can you tell us where this receipt's from?
It's a Walmart receipt.
And are you able from this receipt to determine the time and date that this purchase was made?
Yes, on the bottom it says 2/17/24 at 22:06/21.
And can you tell us in this purchase what items were purchased?
Listed as 2 OT machetes and 2 coated gloves.
And would you interpret that to mean 2 pairs of coated gloves?
I would think so, yes.
On the left of that Walmart receipt, where is the second receipt from?
Menards.
And from this receipt, are you able to see date and time?
Yes, 2/17/24, 2:40 p.m.
And a little less clear, but are you able to see what was purchased at Menards?
It says MB Entry Touch, which I'm not sure what that is.
Tell us what we're seeing in 18BB.
That is the green paracord just seen here.
And 18CC, what are we focusing on in this photo?
That's on one of the Ozark Trail brand gloves there.
And out of the gloves that are visible in this exhibit, which of the, would you agree there's 2 different types of gloves?
Yes.
Which gloves are you identifying as the Ozark Trail glove?
The one with the black palm.
And was there some sort of texturing on the palm of that glove?
Yeah, I think they referred to them as rubber-coated gloves. Sorry, the packaging, they.
Were the rubber-coated Ozark gloves some of the gloves that you identified as having red stains?
Yes.
And when you did presumptive testing, did you do any presumptive testing on gloves?
Yes.
And did the presumptive tests that were performed on the gloves indicate the presence of blood?
Yeah, so we did the presumptive testing on one of the gloves, and it presumptively tested positive for blood.
So you didn't test all the gloves that you saw the stains on?
No, I just believe we did one stain from one of the gloves.
In 18DD, what are we seeing here?
Those are 3 other of the Ozark Trail rubber-coated gloves.
And from this photo and this angle, are you able to identify any red staining on any of the gloves that caught or drew your attention?
Yes, on the leftmost glove, you can see some where the pointer knuckle would be, some red staining there.
Is this the area that you're referring to?
Yes.
Any other that's visible from this angle?
Not that I can tell.
And what are we seeing in 18EE?
That's a close-up of the leftmost glove with the red staining.
(18FF), tell us what we see in this photograph.
Those are Ozark Trail machete packaging, two different machetes.
Did you have an opportunity to do any comparison between what you saw on the packaging of these machetes and the receipt from the Walmart that was also located within this mint green bag?
I didn't do any comparison at the time, but we did collect all of that.
18GG, what's happening in this photograph?
Just doing some more close-ups of the packaging.
And 18HH?
Showing the barcode on the packaging.
(18II), is this the second machete packaging?
Yes.
And is this the barcode from the second knife?
Yes.
What are we seeing in 18KK?
It was a pair of black capris found in the mint bag.
And 18LL?
Those were packaging associated with, we assume, the rubber-coated gloves in the mint bag.
But would you agree that the brand on this packaging is Ozark Trail?
Yes.
And the gray and black gloves that had the blood on the knuckles, those were also Ozark Trail gloves?
Yes.
What are we seeing in 18MM?
The other side of the packaging for the gloves.
And to be clear, there were two pairs of gloves, two different packaging for both the gloves and the machetes.
Yes.
18NN, it looks like we have a new sheet, new white sheet.
Yes.
From this white sheet, are you able to tell us where the items seen on this sheet were located?
All of those came from the center console of the Honda Accord.
And when we say center console, like the armrest area?
Between the two front seats.
And what items did you find in that area?
I don't believe we collected any of the items from that area.
Just took them out and photographed them?
Yes.
This card in the bottom left-hand corner of 1800, is this a Wells Fargo card?
Yes.
And are you able to tell whose name is on that?
It says McKinley Louisma.
18PP is that same group or bunch of items that were found in the center console?
Yes.
And is 18QQ a zoomed in image of that same Wells Fargo card?
Yes.
(18RR), tell us what we're seeing here.
That is another item that was just found loose in the trunk. It's some sort of yellow strap with some green paracord wrapped around it.
Was that green paracord attached to that yellow strap?
I believe it was at least knotted around it somehow.
And that's what I mean, it was somehow tied to it.
Yes.
Okay. And so to be clear, the items that are contained in 18QQQ, there were multiple pieces of the rope in there, correct?
Yes, there was more than one in the car, there were separate pieces.
To your knowledge, or did you ever specifically remove this piece of paracord from this yellow tie?
No.
Okay. What are we seeing in 18SS?
It was a partial hand palm print that we found above the rear passenger door on the frame. This is before it was developed, so it's a little hard to see.
And just to be clear, when you guys processed this vehicle, did you process the vehicle for prints?
Not specifically, no.
And why is that?
We weren't requested to, and there was no reason to do it at the time.
And is part of the reason there was no reason to do it at the time is because we knew whose vehicle it was?
Correct.
Okay. So generally, when you are processing something for prints, are you attempting to identify who had all been present within or near that item?
Yes, in this instance, we were more concerned with finding DNA than latent prints.
And is that especially because at this point we knew who all had been in the car?
To our knowledge, yes.
Do we know, so when you saw this palm print, it drew your attention to it?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, when you saw this palm print that is in 18SS, your attention was drawn to it?
Yes.
And did this print get collected?
Yes, we developed it with white powder and lifted it with tape.
Explain what that means to develop it with white powder.
So the white powder just adheres to the ridge lines of a print, and that allows it to show up better. And so we did white powder since it was on a dark surface, and then the tape would lift that powder print so you could see effectively the mirror image of it.
Your Honor, looking at the clock, and I apologize, I didn't realize where we were at, but this is as good a place as ever to stop.
Great. All right, folks, so we're at the end of the day. We're going to go ahead and recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Of course, remind you of the admonition I've given you throughout the case. Just want to mention to the gallery as well that I ask that you also help the jurors honor the court's admonition by not approaching or greeting jurors, even on matters not related to the case. Jurors, have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. You can all be seated. Any record needed from the state at this time? From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, have a good evening.